What if the mightiest empire in history crumbled not with a resounding clash of steel, but a whisper in the woods, the kind of whisper that turns heroes into shadows? Picture this: the year is 9 AD, and the air vibrates with a tension so thick, it could slice through armor. Roman legions, a sea of disciplined warriors, march into the Teutoburg Forest, confident, brimming with the arrogance of conquest. But beneath the canopy, something sinister stirs. The Germans wait, hidden like ghosts, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. They're not just fighting for land, they're battling for their very existence. They know every path, every sound, every secret of this ancient wood. As the Romans advance, each step echoes a death knell, a promise of bloody inevitability. Have you ever danced with a predator, blissfully unaware of the trap beneath your feet? Legions led by Varus, a man of ambition, believe they are the lords of fate. But fate plays cruel games. A betrayal hangs like a noose, tightening around Varus's neck. The tribes of the Cherusei, the Marsi, and the Chatti conspire, fueled by ancient grievances and a thirst for revenge that runs deeper than the forest roots. Can you feel the ground trembling beneath the weight of their fury? In an instant, the calm shatters. The Germanic war cry echoes, a sound so feral, it reverberates through the very marrow of the earth. Roman armor clinks, swords drawn, hearts pounding like war drums. But they are not just outmatched, they're outsmarted. The forest transforms. It swallows men whole, turning paths into mazes and friends into foes. What would you do when every turn spells doom, every ally turns to ash? Panic grips the Romans like a vice, their disciplined formation splintering into chaos. Blood paints the forest floor, a gruesome tapestry woven from the dreams of empire. Varus, once a proud general, now finds himself at the mercy of fate's cruel jest. Can you feel the weight of his downfall? With each heartbeat, the myth of invincibility crumbles. The Romans aren't just losing a battle, they're losing their legacy, their identity. The aftermath will echo through history, a chilling reminder of hubris. The Teutoburg Forest becomes a graveyard of ambition, a dark comedy where the punchline is a brutal reality. Even giants can fall, and the unseen enemy is often the deadliest. So, as you stand at the precipice of this unfolding tragedy, the question lingers like a specter: who will write the final chapter? The conquerors, or the conquered? In the depths of this ancient shadow, the answer awaits, and it's far more sinister than you ever imagined. Step closer, but beware. The darkness has its own tales to tell, and not all who enter will return. The sun hung low over the blood-soaked sands of the Colosseum, casting a crimson hue that mingled with the sweat of spectators whose breath came quick and shallow. The roar of the crowd was a living thing, a beast that thrummed with anticipation, each heartbeat a pact of life and death, every shout a prayer to the gods of war. "The time has come," whispered Marcus, a weary gladiator, his heart a drum echoing with memories of home, memories of laughter, of a warm hearth, now a distant dream. It was a paradox, this arena, an altar of glory built on the bones of the fallen. Across the arena, in the shadow of the great stone arches, Lucilla watched. She was a senator's daughter, her life woven into the fabric of power, the threads of politics binding her more tightly than the chains that bound Marcus. Every cheer from the crowd was a stab into her chest, a reminder of the empire that consumed the men it claimed to exalt. She felt the weight of the empire crush her spirit. Here were men transformed into monsters for the sport of the rich. What have we become, she thought, her heart racing, each beat a silent scream against the injustice unfolding before her. And then there was Gaius, a soldier of fortune draped in shadow, walking the edge of loyalty and betrayal. His hands, calloused from battle, trembled at the thought of Marcus, his brother in arms, now thrust into this savage spectacle. "I remember the boy who dreamed of glory, who sang songs to the stars," he muttered to himself, the memory slicing through him like a dagger. Now, those dreams lay shattered beneath the weight of the empire's ambition, the dream of conquest feeding a hunger that could never be satiated. The crowd surged, a tide of bloodthirsty desire, their faces alight with anticipation, faces that mirrored the very essence of Rome, beautiful yet cruel, noble but tainted. The emperor's eyes shone with a dark delight, the puppet master in a theater of carnage, the embodiment of a power that sprawled across continents, from the misty blue shores of Britannia to the sun-baked sands of Egypt. "This is what we are," Lucilla whispered, her heart heavy with a truth that crushed under its own weight. This is our empire, built on the backs of the broken. Marcus stepped into the glare of the sun, the weight of his sword a reminder of his fate, neither king nor slave, just a pawn in a game that stretched far beyond his comprehension. He could hear the whispers of the dead, an echo of their silent cries that churned in the pit of his stomach. "I will not be just another ghost," he vowed, his voice a low growl rising above the cacophony of cheers. He glanced towards Lucilla, catching her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, time stood still. Their eyes locked, an unspoken bond forged in the fires of desperation and desire, as if the very fabric of the universe conspired to intertwine their fates. And Gaius, standing on the fringes, felt the pull of destiny tightening like a noose. To fight or to flee, he pondered, the question haunting him like a spectre. He had seen the Empire's true face, the greed, the lust for power that consumed everything it touched. What if I turn my back? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Could he betray his brother, the one who had laughed and shared dreams of glory under the same starlit sky? His heart thudded painfully, a relentless rhythm that echoed the turmoil in his soul. The roar of the crowd reached a fever pitch, a sound that vibrated with the weight of life and death. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of violence that harmonized with the cries of the fallen and the screams of the living. Marcus found himself locked in combat, each swing of his sword a desperate plea for survival, for legacy. He fought not just for his life but for all those whose voices had been silenced by the Empire's relentless expansion. "I will not be forgotten," he shouted, his voice breaking through the chaos, a primal scream echoing the struggle that coursed through his veins. Lucilla's heart raced, torn between admiration and horror. She felt the fire of rebellion stir within her, a flicker of hope ignited by Marcus's defiance. "You must survive," she whispered into the void, though her words would never reach him. She watched as he danced on the edge of death, every movement a testament to his will to live. Power was a double-edged sword, and in this moment, she understood that it could cut both ways. She wanted to scream, to rise and shake the very foundations of Rome, yet fear anchored her to her seat, the chains of tradition binding her heart. And Gaius? He was caught in a tempest of loyalty and self-preservation. "What is glory if it costs me everything?" he thought, each breath heavy with consequence. The arena was no longer just a place of entertainment, it was a crucible of choices. He could feel the tension, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him, threatening to crush him. He took a step forward, the distance between betrayal and brotherhood shrinking, every heartbeat urging him toward a choice that could shatter the illusion of power. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of violence and visceral emotion. Marcus swung his sword, the metal glistening, his body moving with a primal grace that belied his desperation. "This is my moment," he roared, the sound tearing through the air like a bolt of lightning. He was not just a gladiator, he was a symbol of resistance against the Empire's insatiable thirst, a beacon in the darkness. In that moment of chaotic brilliance, the world fell away. The crowd, the Empire, the weight of history, it all vanished, leaving only the raw pulse of life and the echoes of their intertwined fates. And as the dust settled, a new dawn emerged, stitched together by threads of pain and hope, desires and fears, weaving a tapestry that would stretch far beyond the confines of the arena. The echoes of their choices lingered, whispering into the void, as the Empire stood poised on the precipice of its own making, where power and expansion danced in a deadly embrace, daring all who sought to conquer it. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a deep growl that echoed through the jagged peaks of the Harz Mountains, reverberating in the bones of those who lived below. The wind, icy and relentless, howled through the ancient trees, whispering secrets from a time when the land spoke in a language of blood and fire. They called it Germania, a patchwork of tribes and clans, where loyalty was as fleeting as the mists that danced over the glades at dawn. I remember the night the shadows thickened, the air charged with an energy that prickled against my skin. Hilda stood on the edge of the village, her silhouette framed against the swirling darkness, her breath visible, puffing out like smoke from a dying ember. She was a warrior, in spirit if not in stature, her heart forged in the fires of loss. She had seen too many winters come and go, too many faces etched with sorrow and grief, yet still clung to the hope of something brighter. But that night, hope felt like a distant star, flickering in a sky smeared with ash. "Are we ready?" Her voice trembled, barely audible over the wind. I could see the vulnerability behind her fierce eyes, those windows to a soul battered but unbroken. There was a weight in her chest, an ache that mirrored my own. I was a coward, a reluctant participant in a battle that loomed like a storm on the horizon. My hands were stained with the decisions I had made, decisions that churned in my stomach like a tempest. The village was cloaked in silence, the kind that reverberated with unspoken fears, a reminder of the lives lived and lost. I caught sight of Rurik, standing apart, his shadow a formless mass against the flickering flames of the bonfire. He was a ghost among the living, haunted by the whispers of his past. He bore the scars of battles fought not with swords, but with words, with betrayal. The kind that gnawed at him, relentless and cruel, each memory a dagger twisting deeper into his soul. I remember the night my father fell, he murmured, as if the memory had crawled out of the shadows to coil around his throat. The earth shook, and the sky turned red, a sign of the god's fury. His breath hitched, and I could see the flicker of candlelight dancing in his eyes, revealing the pain that lay beneath his bravado. He had fought for honor, for a tribe that had cast him aside, and now he stood at the precipice of battle, grappling with the specters of his past. The night wore on, heavy with the anticipation of violence, the air thick with unspoken words and unresolved tensions. I could feel it coiling around us, tightening like a noose. Every heartbeat echoed, a reminder of the fragility of life, the delicate thread that tethered us to existence. The drums of war began to thump in the distance, primal and rhythmical, a heartbeat that resonated through the very marrow of the earth. Rurik turned to me, his eyes wild with desperation. "What do we do? Do we fight for a land that has forsaken us?" His voice cracked, laying bare the chasm of his uncertainty. I felt the weight of his gaze, the burden of his question, a question that felt as vast as the cosmos itself. In that moment, I understood the depths of his despair, how it echoed in my own heart like a dark symphony. "I don't know," I whispered, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. "But we cannot just stand here, can we? We owe it to those who came before us." I thought of the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees, the tales of heroes and villains, of love lost and battles won. Germania wasn't just a land, it was a tapestry woven with the threads of every life that had breathed its air, every heart that had beat in its embrace. The drums grew louder, pounding like the heart of the very earth beneath our feet. Hilda stepped forward, her resolve hardening like steel. "We fight, not for ourselves, but for the future. For a land that holds the echoes of our ancestors. We fight to carve our names into the very fabric of history." Her voice rang out, fierce and unwavering, igniting a fire in the pit of my stomach. But fear clawed at me, a beast lurking in the shadows, whispering doubts that echoed in my mind. I thought of the faces of those I loved, the warmth of their laughter, the light that flickered in their eyes. Would I return to them? Or would I become just another ghost, trapped in the annals of time? I felt the weight of the moment pressing down, each second stretching like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. Time slipped away, an elusive spectre, mocking me as it slipped through my fingers. I could see them now, the silhouettes of our enemies approaching, dark figures against a backdrop of chaos, their faces obscured, their intentions clear. "Together," I said, forcing the words out, my voice trembling like a newborn flame. "We stand together, or we fall apart." It was a promise, an unspoken vow that bonded us, even in our uncertainty. Hilda and Rurik nodded, their eyes alight with a fierce determination, and for a moment, the fear receded, replaced by a shared purpose. As the first clash of swords rang out, the world exploded into chaos. The colors of the night became a blur of blood and fire, the shadows of our past entwining with the harsh realities of our present. I felt the chill of death creeping closer, the ghosts of those who had fought before us urging us on, their cries echoing in our hearts. In that moment, I understood, the land was not just a backdrop, it was alive, a witness to every tear shed, every battle fought. It was a part of us, and as we clashed against the darkness, we became a living testament to the struggles of those who had come before, an unbreakable chain linking us to a history rich with pain and glory. I remember the night everything changed, the echoes of lost souls whispering through the trees, the land itself trembling beneath our feet, holding its breath, waiting for the outcome of our strife. In that sacred space, we were not just warriors, we were the embodiment of Germania, a land forged in fire and blood, the heartbeat of a people who dared to dream. The moon hung low and heavy, a ghostly witness to the chaos brewing in the heart of Germania. I remember that night, the shadows twisting like the thoughts in my mind, a tapestry woven from fear, rebellion, and an unquenchable thirst for freedom. The air crackled with tension, each breath a reminder of the crushing weight of destiny. I stood at the edge of the forest, the trees looming like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out, as if cautioning me against the storm that was about to break. Arminius, no, not yet the hero, not yet the legend, his heart hammered in his chest, caught between the chains of loyalty and the wild pulse of his blood. The cacophony of warriors echoed around him, a chorus of chanting voices filled with a fervor that made the very ground tremble. He was their chieftain, bound by the soft chains of Roman allegiance, yet his spirit soared with the fierce independence of the wolves stalking the underbrush. What a cruel irony it was, a man forged in the fires of Rome, now wrestling with the call of the blood that screamed from the depths of his ancestors. I could see him there, muscles taut with anticipation, eyes burning with the intensity of 1,000 suns, but also shadowed with doubt. The Romans had offered him everything, safety, rank, the promise of glory, but at what cost? I remember his voice, low and gravelly, speaking to his friend, Thusnelda, a fierce warrior woman who danced with the light of rebellion in her spirit. She stood beside him, her gaze piercing, a tempest contained within the delicate frame of a woman who had witnessed the brutal face of empire. "Do you not see, Arminius?" she whispered, urgency spilling from her lips. "We are more than their pawns. We are the storm that will drown their arrogance." Each word hung in the air, thick with unspoken truths. I could feel the weight of her conviction, how it wrapped around his heart like a noose, pulling tighter with every passing moment. In that silence, amidst the cacophony of warriors preparing for battle, her voice resonated, a siren's call that pulled at the very fabric of his being. As I stood there, I could almost taste the excitement, the terror of what was to come, a confrontation that would etch their names into the annals of history, or bury them beneath the footfalls of a conquering force. Blood and sweat mingled on the ground, and I could see glimpses of their shared past, moments of laughter and warmth, of camaraderie forged in the heat of battle. Memories danced like phantoms, swirling around them in a haunting embrace. I remember the firelight casting flickering shadows on their faces, the way Thusnelda's fierce laughter had rang out, a song of defiance against the oppressive silence of night. "We bathe once a year, Arminius," she teased, her voice light yet heavy with meaning. "So, if you wish to find love among the Romans, perhaps you should wash off the earthiness of our lives." But tonight, that laughter was a distant echo, swallowed by the looming specter of war. The Roman legions marched forward, their armor glinting like the teeth of a predator ready to devour. I could feel Arminius's heart beating against mine, each thud a reminder of the choice that lay before him. Would he remain a puppet to the empire, or would he ignite the spark of rebellion that flickered in the souls of his people? The air grew thick with anticipation, a taut string ready to snap. "Look at them," Thusnelda breathed, her voice barely a whisper as she gestured toward the advancing troops. "Do they not see the shadows creeping beneath their feet? We are not merely tribes, we are the echoes of our ancestors, the spirits of the land, and we will not fade into the night." Her eyes shimmered with fierce determination, and I could see that fire reflected in Arminius's own gaze. The battlefield stretched before them, a canvas waiting for the blood-stained brushstrokes of a new history. The silence shattered like glass, and the roar of the Germanic warriors erupted, a primal scream rising to the heavens. I felt it reverberate in my bones, a call that stirred the very marrow of existence. In that moment, time lost its meaning, and the cosmos seemed to hold its breath. Arminius stepped forward, the weight of his destiny hanging heavily on his shoulders. "For the land! For our people," he shouted, his voice a clarion call that pierced through the night. And then it happened, an explosion of movement, a surge of humanity colliding against the cold, unyielding steel of Rome. I remember the faces, the emotions etched deeply across them, fear, anger, pain, and the wild, reckless hope of a people yearning for freedom. The clash of weapons rang out, a symphony of chaos, as if the heavens themselves wept for the violence unfolding below. Thusnelda fought fiercely by Arminius's side, her sword a blur of silver and rage, each slash a testament to her strength and determination. I could see her heart beating wildly, a warrior lost in the fervor of battle, her spirit entwined with the fate of her people. And Arminius, he was no longer merely a Roman ally, he was a leader forged in the fires of conflict, his soul awakening to the truth that had long lain dormant within him. The battlefield became an endless expanse of shadows and light, of glory and despair. I could taste the metallic tang of blood mingling with the earth, a bitter reminder of the price of freedom. And as the night deepened, and the stars bore witness to the struggle below, I knew this was just the beginning. The rise of Arminius was not merely a tale of war, it was the awakening of a spirit long shackled, the unfolding of a legend that would echo through the ages. I remember the din fading into a haunting silence, the realization that the choices made in battle would resonate beyond this night. The moon still hung there, a silent observer, as if asking, "What will you choose?" And in that heartbeat, with the cries of victory and defeat mingling in the air, I could almost hear the voices of the past whispering their approval, urging him onward, toward a destiny that was only just beginning to unfold. The air hummed with tension, each breath a slow, steady pulse in the heart of the encampment, where men clutched their weapons with the desperation of drowning souls grasping for air. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts across the dusty soil, each flicker a reminder of mortality. In the distance, the bleak horizon trembled with the weight of a darker promise. Today, I thought, we stand on the brink of something unimaginable. Gaius, a soldier forged in the fires of countless battles, felt the cold steel of his gladius prick his palm, a reminder that the day would not end without blood. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of unspoken fears. What if this battle was his last? What if he failed not just his comrades, but the very ideals that bound them? The wound in his heart felt raw and festering. He had seen friends die, their laughter silenced beneath the crushing weight of Roman ambitions. He could almost hear their voices in the wind, teasing him, urging him to fight harder, to live bolder. "Remember, Gaius," his friend Lucius had said in a whisper that felt like a confession, "we fight not just for Rome but for each other. We are brothers in arms." But what did that mean when the blood-soaked earth lay witness to shattered bonds? Gaius closed his eyes, swallowed hard, and opened them again, searching for signs in the flickering shadows. Nearby, Claudia, a healer with hands that cradled life and death alike, prepared her herbs with careful precision. The scent of crushed rosemary and bitter wormwood filled the air, mingling with the acrid tang of sweat and fear. She had always believed in the sanctity of life, yet here she was, in the midst of men prepared to die, steeped in the knowledge that their lives hung by a thread. Each grunt, each clatter of armor felt like a heartbeat drumming away her sanity. Her heart, usually a warm sanctuary, felt cold and hollow. "Will you be ready, Claudia?" Gaius's voice cut through her reverie, and she looked up, meeting his piercing eyes. There was no bravado in him, only the painful honesty of a man who had faced the abyss more times than he could count. She wanted to scream, to tell him to turn and run. The battlefield was a siren's song, seducing them into a dance with death. "I will always be ready," she replied, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "But what if—" "Don't say it," he interrupted, a sudden fire igniting in his chest. "We are Romans. We stand united." But as the distant rumble of hooves echoed in the twilight, a gnawing doubt coiled around Gaius's heart like a serpent. He could already hear the clash of metal, the screams that would shatter the fragile veil of night. They marched, shoulders pressed together in the formation of the legion, a living organism of muscle and resolve. The centuries-old strategy that bound them was as much a part of his flesh as the blood that coursed through it. The lines of the legion stretched into a vast, dark sea, each soldier a ripple in the tidal wave of Roman ambition. They were the shield wall, the testudo formation, a fortress of men ready to unleash hell upon any who dared to oppose them. "Form ranks," the centurion roared, his voice cutting through the encroaching darkness like a beacon. Gaius moved instinctively, the memory of countless drills surging through him. But underlying that muscle memory was a pulsing dread, a fear of what lay beyond the horizon, waiting to swallow him whole. Then came the charge. A cacophony of sound, a clamoring war cry, the thud of boots against the earth, the crash of swords colliding like thunder. Gaius's heart raced, each beat a metronome counting down to his own reckoning. He slashed with his gladius, feeling hot blood spray against his face, a visceral reminder of reality. The aroma of iron hung thick in the air, mingling with the scents of sweat and chaos. In that maelstrom, a figure emerged, a warrior cloaked in shadows, eyes aflame with the promise of death. Gaius felt a primal fear twist in his gut. This was no mere enemy, this was the personification of the futility he had come to dread. He lunged, defiance burning within him, but the warrior was fast, movements fluid and deliberate. Time stretched. The world faded into a blur, and all that existed was the clash of wills. Gaius could hear the whispers of the fallen, their shadows crowding around him, urging him forward. "We fought for you, Gaius. Fight for us." Claudia, her heart racing, was not far behind, weaving through the chaos like a thread in a tapestry, her hand steady even as her soul trembled. She was fighting too, not with steel, but with the hope of saving lives, her gaze unwavering as she pushed through the throngs, seeking the wounded. She felt their pain, she absorbed their fears. But as the battle raged on, the tide began to turn. Gaius felt a weight on his chest, a realization clawing at his mind. The Roman war machine, heavy and relentless, could crush anything in its path, but at what cost? He fought, yes, but he did so against the ghosts that lingered in his mind, voices that spoke of glory, but also of loss. In the heart of the storm, Gaius faced the specter of his ultimate fear, the moment when the shield wall broke, when unity shattered, and the brothers he fought beside became mere memories, slipping away like sand through his fingers. "Gaius!" Claudia's voice pierced through the haze, her urgency a lifeline. But could he save her? Save them both? The shadows loomed larger as the battle reached its fever pitch, a crescendo of chaos echoing against the night sky. Each strike, each fall, each cry was a reminder that they were but pawns in a game far larger than themselves. As the world around them blurred into a surreal dance of life and death, Gaius and Claudia confronted their intertwined fates, bound not just by duty but by the haunting knowledge that in this moment they were alive, breathing, fighting, bleeding. And as the stars bore witness to their struggle, the tension hung in the air like a noose, poised to tighten. What lay ahead was uncertain, but in this darkened hour, they clung to each other, to the dreams that flickered faintly in the distance, dreams of peace, of love, of a world beyond the battlefield. Their hearts beat as one against the weight of the night, a defiance against the darkness that threatened to consume them. With every clash, every heartbeat, they felt it, the pulse of the Roman legions, the echo of history, the relentless march of time. They were part of something grander, yet so intensely personal, a tapestry woven with threads of valor, despair, and the indomitable spirit of humanity. The battle raged on, but in that moment, they were alive, tethered by hope, even as shadows swirled all around them. The air hung thick with tension, a suffocating fog that wrapped around the camp like a predator's breath. The moon, a jagged sliver in the ink-black sky, bore witness to this moment, a moment where ambition clashed violently with dread. Publius Quinctilius Varus stood at the edge of the flickering firelight, his silhouette a dark spectre against the glowing embers, eyes scanning the horizon. His heart thundered in his chest, pounding a rhythm that echoed his internal struggle. He could feel it, the whispers of the forest, the rustling leaves like 1,000 voices murmuring warnings. "I remember fear," he would confess to no one, "the kind that seeps into your bones and wraps itself around your soul." Each thud of his heart seemed to mock him, a reminder of every decision that had led him here, to the brink of calamity. He had come to Germania, fueled by dreams of glory, envisioning his name etched into the annals of history. Yet, the weight of command was a heavy cloak, and it constricted him, tighter and tighter, until he could barely breathe. Beside him stood Lucius, his loyal friend, a man whose laughter often rang like music against the discord of their days. But tonight, Lucius was different, his brow was furrowed, and the light in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by a shadow of concern that cut deeper than any blade. "Publius," he warned, voice low and urgent, "the tribes are restless. They do not fear us, they hate us. You can feel it, can't you?" "I do," Varus replied, the admission a punch to his gut. His chest tightened as he remembered the faces of his men, young, eager, some still boys, all caught in this whirlwind of glory and terror. But they need direction. They need a strong leader. The words felt hollow in his mouth, like the echoes of a dream he had long outgrown. He thought of the ghosts of those who had fallen before him, their whispers a constant reminder of the stakes involved. And then there was the figure in the shadows, the elusive Arminius. A man wrapped in contradictions, half Roman, half German, a friend turned foe, a ghost that haunted Varus's ambitions. "What do you want, Arminius?" he would scream into the night, but the answer was always silence, the kind that chilled the marrow in his bones. A tension built between them, an unspoken pact teetering on the edge of betrayal. Arminius had been a trusted ally, one who understood the Roman way, the discipline, the order, the stark beauty of the empire. Yet now, he was something else, a flickering candle in the dark, casting shadows that danced with menace and uncertainty. "I remember longing," Varus thought bitterly, the ache to be more than just a cog in the vast machine of empire. He had once dreamt of triumph, of parades in the streets of Rome, of laurels placed upon his brow, but those dreams felt far away, like the twinkling stars above, bright yet unreachable. "Tonight, we march," Varus declared, his voice firm, though inside, doubt twisted like a serpent. The men gathered around the fire shifted, uncertainty in their eyes. He felt their hesitation, a palpable fear, like a silent wave crashing against the shore. They were warriors, yes, but they were men, too, and the thought of marching into the unknown, into the clutches of an enemy they could not see, made their hearts quail. Lucius stepped forward, resolve battling his loyalty. "You feel it, don't you? The earth trembles beneath us. The tribes are gathering, they are ready." He looked into Varus's eyes, searching for a glimmer of the leader he admired, the man who had promised them glory. "You cannot go into the woods blind. The trees are not just trees, they hide death in their branches." But Varus was set, a stone against the relentless tide of doubt. "If we do not assert our dominance, they will see us as weak." History remembers conquerors, not the hesitant. Every beat of his heart felt like a drum, a call to arms that rang louder than the fear creeping through his veins. The moon hung higher, a silent sentinel to their impending fate. The air was electric, thick with destiny and dread. Each man felt the weight of history upon his shoulders, the echoes of those who had fought and fallen in distant lands. A low rumble of thunder rolled through the hills, a warning, a reminder of the storm that brewed not just in the sky, but in their fragile hearts. "I remember courage," Varus thought, clinging to the memory like a lifebuoy in turbulent seas. But courage had its price, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was leading his men straight into a maw of shadows, into the very jaws of despair. "Tonight," he announced, voice trembling yet resolute, "we will show them who we are." He felt a sudden surge of adrenaline, a flicker of fire in his blood, and for a moment, he stood taller, a titan against the night. His men rallied, their voices rising in unison, igniting the fragile spark of hope. But behind that hope loomed the specter of doubt. The forest awaited, a living, breathing entity, ready to swallow them whole. As they moved toward the tree line, the shadows deepened, curling around them like a lover's embrace, seductive and deadly. Varus felt the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, a warning drum of the inevitable conflict that awaited. Each step forward felt like a step deeper into a dark abyss, where ambition twisted into folly. And in that moment, as they marched into the waiting night, a fragile thread of fate pulled taut, unraveling with every heartbeat, every breath. There would be no turning back. The only thing that remained was the echoing silence of what was to come, an impending clash of wills, a moment when the very fabric of history would be torn asunder. The air hung thick with dread, as if the very sky itself was holding its breath. The sun, a reluctant witness, dipped low behind the hills, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of the past. I watched, heart pounding, as the soldiers, both Roman and Germanic, stood on opposite sides of a battlefield that was more than mere earth and blood. It was a chasm of history, a battleground of souls. Breathless, I felt the weight of their stories, the intertwining fates hanging palpably in that moment. Julius, a Roman centurion, clenched his fists. The sun caught the glint of his armor, a deceptive gleam that belied the turmoil within. He stood tall, but his heart quaked like a village in the wake of an oncoming storm. I remember him whispering to himself, a silent prayer to gods he wasn't even sure existed anymore. What is honor if it brings only death? His voice cracked, raw and open, like a wound refusing to heal. He wasn't just fighting for Rome, he was fighting for a sense of belonging, an identity lost amidst the clamor of war. On the other side, in the gathering dusk, stood Freya, a fierce warrior of the Germanic tribes. Her hair, braided intricately, flowed down her back like a river of fire, a stark contrast to the shadowed land surrounding her. She felt the pull of her ancestors, a chorus of spirits echoing in her ears, urging her forward. I could feel her heart thrumming with the rhythm of a war drum, every beat an invocation, a reckoning. For my people, she chanted, and I could see the ghosts of her kin, their faces etched with pride and loss, floating just out of reach. And then there was Felix, a young Roman soldier, barely more than a boy in a man's armor, whose eyes were wide with confusion and fear. He clutched his spear like a lifeline, the wood slick with sweat. I remember, he stammered, the stories of glory, of valor. But the stories had not prepared him for the taste of iron in his mouth, the stench of fear swirling around him. The weight of expectation pressed down, heavier than the armor he wore. But what if I fail? The thought echoed in the hollow chambers of his heart, a question that had no answer. The ground beneath them cracked like thunder, as if the earth itself could feel the tension rising. I could almost hear the whispers of fate, teasingly close, then retreating into the silence of the night. Time stretched, each heartbeat felt like an eternity, each breath a stolen moment. It was an unsettling calm before the tempest, a tangled web of alliances and betrayals, dreams and nightmares, all spiraling toward the inevitable clash. Freya's gaze shifted to Julius, and for an instant, a flicker of understanding passed between them. A tension sparked, electric and wild, slicing through the dread. They were not just enemies, they were bound by the shared weight of their realities. She saw the cracks in his armor, the vulnerability peeking through the bravado. "You think you know me," she mouthed silently, "but you don't." How much of herself did she lay bare under the mask of the warrior? Was she merely a reflection of the blood-soaked legacy of her kin, or could she forge a different path? Julius, with his heart pounding in his ears, felt the pull of her fierce gaze. "You fight for your people," he thought, "but what does it mean to fight for a land that is not your own?" He wrestled with the ghosts of his past, his father's expectations, the ghosts of soldiers who had come before him, all urging him to be the man they wanted him to be. But what about the man I want to be? This question became a silent scream, echoing through the void of the battlefield. Felix stood between them, caught in the eye of the storm. The weight of two worlds pressed upon him, Roman ideals clashing violently with the raw fervor of the Germanic spirit. "They say war is glory," he whispered, "but all I see is death." Those words hung in the air, heavy and morose, filled with a truth that cut deeper than any sword. His heart, pounding a relentless rhythm of doubt, felt like it would burst. As night fell, the shadows danced, leaping between soldiers like specters of the fallen. The stars twinkled overhead, indifferent witnesses to the chaos about to unfold. Each flicker felt like a heartbeat, a reminder of lives intertwined. Then came the moment, the clash of metal, the raw screams of life snuffed out, the visceral reality of war crashing down like a tidal wave. There was no glory here, only survival. The air thickened with the stench of earth and blood, a visceral reminder of the stakes. I could feel the tension crackling, the emotions boiling over, ready to explode. Freya charged forward, her battle cry a wild echo that reverberated in the night, her spirit soaring like a phoenix, fierce and unyielding. Julius met her gaze with a mixture of fear and respect, realizing in that fleeting instant that his opponent was more than just a foe, she was a mirror reflecting all that he could never confess. Felix, standing in the eye of the storm, felt the weight of time collapsing around him. "I remember," he gasped, visions of his childhood flashing before his eyes, laughter, warmth, the taste of honeyed mead. But all that was gone now, replaced by the brutal reality of survival. And as he took a step forward, spear gripped tightly, he understood, the lines between right and wrong, friend and foe, were blurring into a murky haze. The battlefield loomed ahead, a canvas smeared with desperation, hope, and fear. They stood on the precipice of chaos, the air thick with unspoken words, unresolved conflicts, and the pure, raw hunger of what it means to be alive. And as the first clash of weapons rang out, I felt the pulse of the universe, an echo of lives intertwined, of dreams shattered, of a moment suspended in time, forever caught between glory and despair. The air crackled, thick with tension, as shadows gathered beneath the twisted branches of the ancient oaks. The scent of wet earth clung to the skin, a reminder that even nature held its breath. Beneath the canopy, the whispers of the tribes echoed, a symphony of anxiety and anticipation. I stood at the edge, watching as the faces of my kin twisted in worry, their eyes darting like caged birds. They knew what was at stake, alliances forged in blood and betrayal hung heavy like dew on a spider's web. I remember the feeling of the cool wind, sharp and biting, cutting through the din of hushed voices. A flicker of doubt ignited in my gut. I was Ilara, daughter of the fierce chieftain Keldar. My heart was a battlefield. I felt the weight of expectations, the burden of loyalty, and yet, beneath the surface, simmered an insatiable longing for freedom from the chains of my lineage. "You must hold the peace, Ilara," Keldar had said, his voice rough like gravel, "for the tribes are restless." Restless indeed. The air was so thick with anticipation that it felt as if the very fabric of reality was about to tear. Across the clearing, I spotted Achan, the fiery warrior of the neighboring tribe, his jaw set like stone. I always thought him handsome, in a rugged, wild sort of way. But the fire in his eyes spoke of conflict, of desires unfulfilled and dreams crushed beneath the weight of our father's ambitions. "Do you think they'll listen?" he asked, a flicker of vulnerability cracking through his bravado. A question heavy with the ghosts of our ancestors, a question that twisted like a knife in my chest. I took a step closer to him, the world falling away until it was just the two of us against the storm. "They must listen," I replied, my voice barely a whisper, infused with an urgency that rang true. Our people were caught in a tangled web of alliances, shifting like the wind, threatening to turn friend into foe. I remember the last gathering, how quickly trust could dissolve, how easily betrayal could seep into the heart of our clans. The tension between us thickened like fog, unyielding and suffocating. But then, the silence shattered, a horn blared, a sound that reverberated through the trees like the cry of a wounded beast. The urgency pulsed through me like a wild heartbeat. I turned to see the faces of my people contorting into masks of fear. They had come, the invaders, their banners fluttering like dark omens against the twilight sky. I could feel my pulse quicken, each beat a countdown to chaos. "Will you stand with me?" Achan's voice broke through the rising tide of panic. His eyes bore into mine, daring me to choose. Choose between loyalty to my blood or to my heart. I glanced at the warriors gathering, swords glinting coldly in the fading light, and then back at him. "Always," I breathed, the word a promise chiseled from the very essence of my being, but the weight of it pressed against me like a stone. The ground trembled beneath our feet, resonating with the roar of impending conflict. As the first clash of steel erupted, I felt the world spin around me. The cries of the warriors, the clash of swords, the thundering hooves, it all surged like a tempest, and I was caught in the eye of it, fear and adrenaline pulsing through my veins. I had never seen death up close, but I had heard the stories, the way life flickered out like a candle snuffed by a gust of wind. My father's voice echoed in my mind, warning me of the treachery that lurked among our tribes, the shifting allegiances. "Trust no one," he had said, his eyes wild with the shadows of his past. I could see the betrayal looming like a specter, ready to claim its due. I had become a pawn in a game I barely understood, and I felt the icy tendrils of despair clutching at my heart. But in that moment, as the battle surged around me, something wild ignited within. I remembered the stories of our ancestors, how they had fought for their freedom, how they had forged alliances in the fires of struggle. I raised my sword, feeling its weight grounding me, anchoring me to my purpose. Achan was at my side, his presence a fierce flame against the chilling darkness. Together, we faced the onslaught, united by something deeper than blood, an undying spirit of defiance. "Forward!" I cried, the word tearing from my throat like a battle cry, and surged into the fray, my heart pounding like thunder. The clash, the clang, the visceral chaos, it was intoxicating. I could taste the metallic tang of fear, the desperation of those who fought for their very lives. The world around me exploded into chaos, a swirling maelstrom of flesh and fury, but in that chaos, I felt more alive than I had ever been. In the chaos, I caught glimpses, my people battling for their honor, Achan fighting beside me, his back as strong as a mountain. I saw Keldar, my father, his fierce spirit undiminished, yelling defiance like a wolf howling at the moon. But I also saw the fractures deepening, tribes turning on each other, allies becoming enemies in a heartbeat. The heart of Germania was fragmented, and in that moment, I understood the depth of our struggle. This was not merely a fight for land but a fight for the very soul of our people. As the night wore on, shadows crept into the corners of my mind, whispering of betrayal and loss. But there was also hope, a flicker, a flame. The tribes were more than just factions, they were families woven together by blood and pain. Each clash of steel was a heartbeat, every falling warrior a reminder of what we stood to lose. We were a tapestry of dreams and nightmares, and as I fought, I felt the threads pulling tighter, binding us in the face of the storm. And just as the dawn began to break, a sliver of light piercing through the darkness, I knew that this conflict was far from over. The alliances that would shape our future were still hanging in the balance, fragile as gossamer threads. But in that moment, standing amidst the chaos, with Achan by my side, I finally understood, the heart of Germania was not defined by the tribes, but by the connections we forged, the sacrifices we made, and the eternal struggle for unity amidst the din of war. Time slowed, the cosmos swirling above us, reminding me that we were just a blip in the vastness of existence, yet here we were, fighting for our place. And as the shadows loomed, I felt the pulse of my ancestors guiding me, whispering that this was just the beginning. The air was thick, clinging to the soldiers like a spectral shroud. A single heartbeat echoed, a drum roll in the silence of impending doom. I stood there, cloaked in fear and filth, the pungent odor of sweat and blood seeping into every fiber of my being. Around me, the trees loomed like giants, their gnarled branches reaching out, beckoning, whispering secrets that only the dead could hear. The whispers spoke of glory, battle, and the unyielding truth that every victory comes at a cost. Marcus, my friend, my brother in arms, clutched the hilt of his sword, knuckles white and trembling. I could see the shadows beneath his eyes, haunted by the weight of expectations heavier than the armor he wore. "What if we're not enough?" he muttered, voice barely above a whisper, as if the forest itself might betray his doubts. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that the strength of Rome surged through our veins, that the eagle's wings would shelter us. But my own heart was a tempest, a storm churning with uncertainty, leaving me unsure of my own resolve. The stillness shattered like glass as the first war horn blared, a sound that pierced the fabric of time itself. In that moment, the world narrowed, a singular focus emerged, the looming confrontation with the Germanic tribes. I remembered the fires of our distant homeland, the warmth of home, now a distant memory. The taste of stale bread and watered wine felt foreign compared to the anticipation that gnawed at my insides. Another horn sounded, and the trees shivered, as though alive, sensing the violence that would soon erupt. I glanced at Marcus, whose face was a mask of determination laced with fear. His mind flickered, caught in a web of dreams and nightmares. I could see the memories, the faces of women, children, laughter echoing in the dark corners of his mind. Each face was a ghost, pleading with him not to forget the man he once was, the boy who loved the simple beauty of life. "If we die today," he said suddenly, his voice breaking, "I want to be remembered as more than just a soldier." In the depths of my soul, I felt the tremors of his words. What was left of us once the swords clashed? As if in answer, the first Germanic scream pierced the air, a raw, guttural sound that sent chills down our spines. Suddenly, the weight of our ambitions crashed into reality, the bloodshed, the chaos, and the truth that home was now an unreachable star in a vast, indifferent sky. I stumbled forward, drawn by the heat of battle that beckoned like a moth to a flame. My heart raced, each pulse a reminder of life, of existence. The clash of metal rang like a symphony of destruction, and in that cacophony, I found myself. Each strike of my blade was an echo of my fears, each parry a refusal to succumb. I was both hunter and hunted, a beast in a world that did not care if I lived or died. Then, there was her. The fierce warrior of the Cherusei, hair wild like the unkempt wilderness, eyes blazing with a fire that ignited the earth beneath her feet. She stood against the tide of our legion, fierce and unyielding, a tempest unleashed. I had seen her in the fleeting moments before the chaos, a glimpse of defiance, a glimmer of humanity in the eyes of the enemy. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. I had joked in her presence, an absurdity in the face of war. But in that moment, caught between laughter and death, I saw her as more than an enemy. She was a reflection of my own humanity, a kindred spirit in the face of absurdity. Her name was Thusnelda, and while she fought for her homeland, I fought for a glory that felt increasingly hollow. I saw the way she moved through the fray, graceful yet lethal, a dance with death that inspired both dread and a strange admiration in me. But in the heart of battle, admiration would only cloud my judgment. As swords clashed and blood spilled, time twisted and warped, seconds stretched into eternities. I lost sight of Marcus, lost in the maelstrom of chaos, and with every swing of my blade, I felt a piece of my soul fracture. The ghosts of my past, of moments I couldn't reclaim, whispered in the rustling leaves, a symphony of lost dreams. What if we're not enough, echoed in my mind, taunting me like a spectre. The conflict surged, a cyclone of violence spiraling out of control. I saw Marcus, struggling against the tide of enemies, his eyes wide with the horror of realization. He was fighting not just for Rome, but for his very essence, grasping at the remnants of who he was. I reached for him, my heart pounding in my chest, desperate to save him from the shadows that threatened to consume us. But the air grew heavy, thick with the scent of iron and fear. I lunged forward, adrenaline pumping through my veins, but time turned against me. The world slowed, and in that moment, I saw Thusnelda, her eyes locked onto mine, a shared understanding passing between us as we were caught in the horrific ballet of war. And then, silence. The battlefield fell away, the chaos fading into an eerie void. In that moment, we were no longer enemies but two souls fighting against the inevitable. The echoes of our hearts intertwined, the weight of what we were becoming pressing down on us. I remembered the laughter, the warmth of our shared humanity, and the realization struck me like a blow to the gut. This was not just a battle for land, but a war against our own souls. But time is a cruel mistress, and as the din of battle surged back, I lost that moment, lost the chance to reach out. A scream tore through the air, and I turned, heart racing, ready to face whatever horror waited. In the distance, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that loomed like ghosts over the blood-soaked earth, reminding me that every victory is shadowed by the inevitable cost. And as I stood there, sword in hand, I felt the chill of the night creeping in, an ominous reminder that this was only the beginning. The campaigns in Germania would shape us, break us, and bind us to the echoes of our choices, leaving scars that would haunt us long after the last blow was struck. I was not ready, none of us were. But the battle called, and we had no choice but to answer. The Senate chamber was cloaked in a suffocating silence, thick as the dust that danced in the flickering torchlight. I could almost taste the tension, a metallic tang that seeped into my mouth as I stood, heart pounding, in the shadows of history. They were all there, cloaked figures huddled like crows over carrion, eyes sharp, fingers itching for blood, for victory, for the glory that only war could promise. I could feel the weight of their gazes, each stare a knife, each whisper a dagger. Rufus, my closest ally, paced the marble floor like a caged beast. His hands, usually steady, trembled at his sides. "They'll ask for blood, you know," he hissed, his voice low and urgent. "They crave it." He glanced at the walls adorned with faded victories, images of heroes long gone, and I understood the tempest brewing in his heart. He was a soldier, molded from the sinew of battle, yet here he was, trapped in a cage of politics, where men spoke of war as if it were mere sport. I remember feeling a chill snake down my spine, the kind that whispers of betrayal, of the blades hidden in smiles. The Senate was a web, and Rufus had stumbled into its heart, a fly caught in the silk of ambition and public opinion. The Senate's faces were shrouded in shadows, but their intentions gleamed like polished steel. Each senator wore a mask, concealing fear and ambition beneath layers of rhetoric and bravado. They were wolves, hungry and cunning, their eyes glinting with the promise of power. "Do you think they care about our men?" Rufus's voice rose, a crescendo of desperation. "About the families left behind." The anger in his eyes ignited something in me. I recalled the faces of our soldiers, the dreams they had shared over campfires, the laughter that once echoed in the fields of battle, now reduced to fleeting memories. Would they be slaughtered to appease the Senate's whims? Would their sacrifice mean anything in the grand game of politics? Across the room sat Lucius, a senator with a smile that could charm a snake. He was the embodiment of eloquence, yet every word he spoke was laced with poison. We must rally the people. Stir their hearts with tales of valor, he proclaimed, his voice a smooth balm that masked the tumult beneath. The glory of Rome is at stake. A wave of murmurs cascaded through the chamber, each senator feeding off the collective hunger for glory, for blood, for victory. I could see it in their eyes, the thrill of impending conflict, the way it made them feel alive. But what of the dead? What of the nightmares that would haunt the mothers, the wives, the children? I remember, I whispered under my breath, haunted by visions of battlefields, of screams that lingered long after the swords were sheathed. I remember the blood-soaked earth, the cries of the innocent. Each memory was a raw wound, an open portal to the pain that would echo through generations. And yet, here we stood, at the precipice of another conflict, as the Senate debated and the public raged for war. The pulse of the city outside was a drumbeat of anxiety and fervor, the citizens clamoring for heroes while they barely grasped the weight of the swords we bore. They wanted tales of glory, but they were blind to the shadows creeping at the edges. Rufus turned to me, his face a mask of frustration. They want to use us like pawns, to fuel their ambitions. But we are men, not mere instruments of their will. His voice cracked, a tremor of vulnerability surfacing. I could see the fire in his chest, the desire to protect, to shield the innocent from the horrors that lay ahead. And yet, in this chamber, where the fate of thousands hung precariously, his cries were but whispers against a storm. The senators continued to bicker, their voices a blend of ambition and desperation, but their words were lost on me, drowned in a sea of memories. I could hear the laughter of my comrades, the warmth of their camaraderie, the fleeting moments of peace before the inevitable clash. Each heartbeat was a reminder of what was at stake, our lives, our souls, our very humanity. Then it hit me. The realization that swept over me like a tidal wave. This was not just about war or glory, it was about the heart of Rome itself. The Senate was a reflection of us, a mirror to our desires and fears. We are the heartbeat of this city, I breathed, the words spilling from my lips before I could catch them. If we allow them to lead us into darkness, we lose ourselves. The silence that followed was pregnant with possibility, electrified with emotion. Rufus met my gaze, the flicker of hope igniting a spark between us. Then we must make them listen, his voice was steady now, a promise forged in the fires of our shared conviction. We can rally the people, show them what war truly costs. And in that moment, I felt the tide shift. The senators may have cloaked their ambitions in the guise of patriotism, but we would not stand idly by. We would fight, not just for victory, but for the very soul of our people. But even as resolution hardened in our hearts, a chilling thought wrapped around my mind like a shroud of darkness. Would our voices pierce the veil of ambition? Would the cries of the fallen echo in the chambers of power? I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon us, a reminder of our insignificance against the backdrop of history. Yet our spirits soared, fueled by a determination that could not be extinguished. The Senate would hear us. We would not be mere players in their twisted games. The shadows that danced in the torchlight were no longer just darkness but the specters of our fallen brothers, urging us forward, a chorus of voices demanding that we fight, not just for Rome, but for every soul that ever dared to dream under her vast skies. And as I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat, I knew the confrontation was only beginning. The voices of the Senate would rise, the public would roar, and we would stand firm against the tide, unyielding and resolute. The role of the Senate, the weight of public opinion, they were but the backdrop to the symphony of courage that was about to unfold, a narrative woven from the threads of fear and hope, ambition and sacrifice. As the flickering torchlight cast long shadows, I felt the pulse of history quickening. The stage was set, the players in place, and in the heart of Rome, the clash of wills was imminent. The war would come, not just for conquest, but for the very essence of who we were. The echoes of the past might haunt us, but we would charge forward, undaunted, into the abyss. And somewhere, deep within the chaos, the truth awaited. The night trembled with anticipation, a silence so heavy and profound it pressed against the very bones of the forest. Moonlight fractured through the branches, dappling the earth like soft whispers, but beneath this ethereal glow, shadows writhed, restless and alive. I could feel the pulse of the world around me, the heartbeat of nature and the stifled terror of men gathered in secret. The air was thick with fear, electric with betrayal, and I stood at the edge of a storm that would rip apart the very fabric of our lives. I remember the faces, etched in worry yet fierce with determination, gathered beneath the canopy of ancient oaks, their eyes glinting like polished stone. I remember Arminius, his broad shoulders casting a long shadow even in the pale light, the weight of our trust resting on him as heavily as the furs draped across his chest. He had been a friend, a brother in arms, but this night, betrayal hung in the air like the scent of smoke after a fire. The Romans were coming, and they would arrive like a tide, sweeping away everything we cherished unless we acted. "We can turn the tide," Arminius had said earlier, voice low, a promise wrapped in steel. But I saw the flicker in his eyes, the flicker of something darker, something I wished I could ignore. Hesitation crept in, and I felt the swell of dread. Somewhere in the depths of his heart, I sensed a fracture, a schism between loyalty and ambition. Then there was Thusnelda, her presence a fierce flame amid the swirling uncertainty. I could feel her emotional turmoil as she clutched the hilt of her dagger, the knuckles of her hand white as bone. She was not just a warrior, she was a force, a hurricane of passion and pain. Her spirit was unyielding, yet I could see the burden she carried, the fear of losing everything she held dear. Her gaze burst with defiance as she stared into the night, but inside, I knew she was wrestling with a darkness of her own, the gnawing thought that maybe Arminius held the key to our survival, even if it meant sacrificing our very essence. And then came the whispers, the soft rustle of leaves, the murmurs of the wind, each sound a reminder of our fragile existence. I remember the stories told around fires, tales of heroes and treachery, of gods who played with the fate of men like children with dolls. Was this our fate? To be mere puppets in a grander scheme, as Arminius toyed with loyalty and ambition, weaving his secret alliances with the Romans like a spider spinning a web? I could feel the weight of time pressing down on us, each heartbeat a reminder that we were mere mortals caught in the machinations of history. As the night deepened, Arminius stepped forward, and the forest seemed to draw a breath. "We must unite," he implored, his voice a low thunder rumbling through the silence. "If we do not stand together, we will fall, each tribe for itself, lost in the chaos." I could see Thusnelda's jaw clench, her eyes narrowing in fierce resolve. She wanted to believe him, but could she trust him? I felt the tension twist in my gut like a serpent coiling for the kill. The air crackled with anticipation, an electric dance of uncertainty and fear. Each moment stretched, taut like a bowstring pulled to its limits, and I could see the conflict blazing within Arminius, the struggle between loyalty to his people and the seductive pull of power glimmering in the distance like a golden throne. It was a choice that felt insurmountable, the kind that gripped the soul and squeezed until there was nothing left but raw, aching emptiness. "Do you hear that?" Thusnelda's voice sliced through the tension like a blade. My heart raced. I strained to listen, the palpable silence swallowing my thoughts. There it was, footsteps, the rustling of armor, the distant clang of metal. The Romans were coming. With each step, the ground trembled, and a chill raced down my spine. I could feel the weight of our history pressing against us, the ghosts of our ancestors watching, judging, as the moment of truth neared. "Stand with me," Arminius pleaded, but I could see the flicker of doubt in Thusnelda's eyes, a mirror of my own. What if he was leading us into a trap, an elaborate ploy to gain favor with the enemy? The forest felt alive, the trees witnesses to the heart-wrenching conflict unfolding in that sacred space. And I, a mere observer, felt the pull of their fates intertwining with mine, a tapestry woven with threads of trust, betrayal, and inevitable loss. A single moment hung in the air, fragile as glass, a decision awaited like a predator just out of sight. I saw Arminius' hand twitch, the muscles in his jaw clenching beneath the weight of unspoken fears. I remember the way his eyes darted between us, searching for affirmation, an escape from the burden he carried alone. And suddenly, I was there, standing on the precipice, feeling the gravity of choice. Together, I called out, my voice trembling yet fierce, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. We face them together. But the words felt hollow, echoing against the branches like a ghost of hope. Did I believe them? Or was I merely grasping at straws, a drowning man clutching at the fading light? Thusnelda's fierce expression morphed, a whirlwind of emotion flashing across her face. But at what cost, she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. The forest held its breath, waiting for the answer that would never come. I felt the night shudder around us, a foreshadowing of what lay ahead, an oncoming tide of change, of loss, of the bittersweet taste of freedom mingled with the iron tang of sacrifice. We stood there, three souls entwined in the shadows, waiting for dawn, or perhaps waiting for the inevitable darkness to swallow us whole. As the first Roman torches flickered through the trees, illuminating the haunted faces of our allies, I knew that whatever choice we made would echo through eternity, mingling with the whispers of the ancestors who had come before us. And in that moment, the weight of betrayal felt heavier than ever, an anchor dragging us into the depths of a storm that had only just begun. The night was a thick blanket of shadows, pressing down on the camp like a shroud, and the air tasted of iron. I stood there, clutching the hilt of my sword, feeling the chill seep into my bones. The sounds of distant drums echoed through the trees, a low, rhythmic warning, like the heartbeat of the forest itself, drawing closer. Panic clawed at my insides as I turned to Varus, his face pinched tight with worry. I remember the glint of his armor, a promise of protection that felt hollow in this moment of uncertainty. "Are you certain?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, trembling against the night. The question lingered, heavy with dread, like a storm cloud ready to burst. He cast his gaze to the horizon, where the last rays of sunlight bled into the earth, leaving behind a suffocating darkness. "The tribes will strike before the dawn," he murmured, his words laced with a fear that mirrored my own. I could see it in his eyes, the haunted glimmer of a man trapped in the web of his decisions, his dreams twisted into a nightmare. I remember the eerie silence that fell over us, the kind that made your skin crawl. The camp, once filled with laughter and camaraderie, now felt like a tomb. Each soldier wore a mask of bravado, but their eyes betrayed them, wild and searching, like trapped animals. I felt it, too, that gnawing anxiety, a pulse that quickened with every heartbeat. What had we done to provoke their wrath? The tribesmen were invisible phantoms, slipping through the trees like whispers. They were cunning and swift, the ghosts of our past mistakes haunting us in every rustle of leaves. I remembered the tales told around the fire, how they fought with the ferocity of a storm, their spirits unbroken by the chains of Roman rule. And here we were, marching blindly into the jaws of destruction, our plans laid out like a banquet spread before a ravenous beast. I glanced at Arminius, my friend, my confidant, standing apart from the others. He was a man of two worlds, caught between the loyalty to his Roman brothers and the blood that called him back to the forests of his youth. I wondered if he felt the same icy grip of betrayal in his chest, the weight of a choice that would forever alter the course of our fates. Did he remember the day we trained together, laughing as we stumbled through drills, swords clashing with the kind of joy only youth can find in battle? Now, that laughter felt like a distant echo, lost in the shadows. "Arminius," I called, the name slipping from my lips like a prayer. He turned, his expression a mix of longing and fear, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the boy he once was, the dreamer who wanted to bridge the gap between two worlds, to find peace where only war had flourished. "What will happen if they come?" His brow furrowed, and the silence stretched between us, taut and electric. "We fight," he said, but the determination in his voice wavered like a candle in the wind. I wanted to believe him, to cling to the hope that we were unstoppable, that our legions could crush anything in our path. But deep down, a chilling thought flickered, what if we were the ones being hunted? As night fell like a dark curtain, the air grew thick with the weight of unspoken fears. We gathered around the flickering campfire, the flames dancing like restless spirits, casting grotesque shadows that twisted and turned, mirroring our own turmoil. The soldiers whispered tales of glory, their bravado a flimsy shield against the encroaching darkness. Each word felt like a fragile promise, a desperate attempt to mask the truth. We were outnumbered, far from home, and the weight of our choices pressed down like a relentless tide. I remember the moment it hit me, the terror of impending doom wrapping around my throat like a noose. I could see their fierce faces in my mind, the wildness of their eyes, the fierce loyalty to their land, their people. They were not just fighting for survival, they were fighting for everything, and we were the invaders. My heart raced, blood pounding in my ears as I felt the pulse of history thrumming beneath our feet. "We can't afford to underestimate them," I said, my voice steady, though my insides twisted in knots. Varus nodded, his jaw clenched tight, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "They may know the land better than we do," I added, the weight of the truth hanging heavy in the air. But what could we do? Our plans were laid out like fragile paper, each detail carefully crafted, but now they felt like a house of cards ready to collapse with one wrong breath. "We must change our approach," Varus finally said, the urgency in his voice slicing through the tension. "We can't rely solely on brute force. We need strategy, deception," but even as he spoke, I could feel the ground shift beneath us, a foreshadowing of the chaos to come. The whispers of the forest seemed to echo our fears, a haunting melody that sent chills down my spine. I looked at Arminius, and our eyes locked, a silent understanding passing between us, two men caught in a storm of loyalty and betrayal, destiny weaving its web around us. The night wore on, a relentless tide of uncertainty crashing against the shores of our resolve. I remember the glint of the stars overhead, a cruel reminder of the vastness of the cosmos, of dreams and desires lost in the abyss of time. I could feel the heartbeat of the universe pounding in my chest, a reminder that we were just fleeting shadows, caught in the relentless march of history. I wanted to scream against the darkness, to rebel against the fate that loomed before us, but instead, I stood frozen, waiting for the dawn to break, for the clash of swords to shatter the silence. With each passing moment, the sense of foreboding grew thicker. The air was charged, electric, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting. I remember the warmth of the fire against my face, contrasting the cold dread that wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter, tighter still. On that fateful night, with fear in our hearts and uncertainty in our souls, we prepared for the storm to come. Shadows danced around us, whispers of war echoing in the silence, and I knew, deep down, that the road to the Teutoburg Forest would change us all forever. The air hung thick with the damp scent of earth, a pungent reminder of the rain-soaked day that clung to my skin like a second layer. Shadows draped over the jagged hills like the ghost of a long-dead warrior, whispering secrets known only to the stones and the moss that clung desperately to them. I stood in the heart of the Germanic landscape, trapped between the relentless grasp of nature and an unforgiving sky, pulse racing like a war drum in my ears. It was here, in this verdant labyrinth, that we felt the weight of reality, its crushing, unyielding pressure that promised no escape. I remember the chill as it wrapped around me, a cold embrace that seeped into my bones. Beside me, Eric's breath came in quick, shallow gasps, his eyes wide and glistening with something too painful to name. "They'll find us," he muttered, almost to himself, his voice a fragile thread against the roar of the wind. Fear coiled like a serpent in my stomach, tightening with each passing moment, for we were not just hidden from the eyes of men, but from the very elements that conspired against us. The trees, ancient sentinels with gnarled roots gripping the earth fiercely, seemed to listen intently. I could feel their judgment as they watched Eric and me, a young man with a heart too big for the world and a woman too scarred to trust even the silence that enveloped us. I often wondered if the forest itself was witness to the chaos of our lives, a juror in a trial that would never come to a verdict. I remember when we thought we could outrun the past, I whispered, my voice cracking under the weight of memories. How foolish we were, trudging through this landscape, thinking it could offer sanctuary. Eric's laugh was hollow. Foolishness is a currency we spent long ago. He paused, glancing into the swirling mist that clung like a veil across the valley. Do you think they'll understand? His question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken doubts. The path twisted like a serpent through the underbrush, its treachery masked by the delicate beauty of dew-kissed leaves. Each step was a gamble, each rustle in the foliage a harbinger of impending doom. I could hear the thrum of the storm gathering above us, the clouds swirling into a furious maelstrom, mirroring the tempest in our hearts. Did you ever think we'd end up here? I asked, the words tumbling out, desperate to fill the silence. It's like some cruel twist of fate. we're mere puppets in a play we never auditioned for. Eric turned to me, eyes dark and stormy. We're the authors of our own tragedy, you know. This terrain, this weather, it's merely a consequence of our choices. His words cut deep, exposing the raw nerve of truth. Just then, a crack split the air, like fate striking a match against the vastness of the night. Thunder echoed in the distance, a rumble of discontent that sent a shiver down my spine. The heavens opened, unleashing torrents that pelted our skin, a baptism of fury that left no room for doubt. Crouching beneath the skeletal branches, I felt the world tilt, the ground beneath us a treacherous ally. I remembered the tales told of warriors who fell in these very woods, their spirits forever trapped, unable to find peace. The ghosts danced in the rain, I saw them in the flickering shadows, twisting, turning, a macabre celebration of loss. Do you think they're watching? I murmured, half afraid of my own thought. They're all around us, Eric replied, his voice barely audible over the roar of nature's wrath. We're never truly alone. Just look at them. He pointed to the trees, their branches swaying violently, as if reaching out to seize us, pulling us into their spectral embrace. A feral scream erupted from somewhere beyond the veil of rain, a cry that shattered the air, spiraling through the chaos and striking terror in our hearts. I felt the blood drain from my face, the icy grip of fear wrapping tighter around my throat. What was that? I gasped, my heart racing as I peered into the dark. Just the wind, Eric said, though his eyes betrayed him, flickering with uncertainty. Just the wind, but we both knew better. The dark whispers of the forest were alive, and we were merely intruders in their domain. I remembered a time when laughter flowed freely, when the sun painted the fields golden and the sky held only cerulean dreams. How naive I had been, believing that the world could hold such beauty without consequence. The spectre of regret loomed large, a shadow that followed us relentlessly. In these woods, where the terrain shifted like our resolve, I felt the weight of every choice as it pressed down, heavy as stone. The storm surged, a primal force that echoed the turmoil within us. I could see it in Eric's face, the torment of 1,000 nightmares battling for dominance, the struggle to hold on to hope amid despair. We can't let it end like this, I whispered, the urgency of my words a desperate plea. We have to keep moving. He nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Then let's find our way through this chaos. Together. Together, we stumbled onward, hearts pounding in rhythm with the thunder, minds racing with questions unanswered, doubts unvoiced. The path twisted and turned, every step a testament to our resolve, every breath a prayer against the storm that raged both outside and within. As we pressed deeper into the heart of the landscape, the rain fell like a curtain, concealing the world beyond but revealing something else entirely, our true selves, raw and unfiltered, stripped bare by fear and desperation. The shadows whispered, the terrain shifted, and we were left to navigate this treacherous journey of survival. And as night unfurled its dark cloak overhead, I knew that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, two flawed souls entwined in a dance with destiny, forever haunted by the echoes of the past and the relentless grip of the present. The night draped itself over the encampment like a shroud, thick and heavy, as if the stars themselves hesitated to shine as watchful guardians of a restless world. The crackle of the fire was a heartbeat in the silence, its flickering light illuminating the faces of men who had once dreamt of glory, but now only saw the ghostly specters of their fears reflected back. The weight of the impending battle pressed down on their shoulders, a palpable heaviness that mingled with the scent of sweat and leather, mingling with the smoke that curled like dreams forgotten. I stood among them, caught in a swirling tempest of emotion, a battlefield of my own mind, every heartbeat a reminder of the choices that led us here. Marcus, my closest friend, his brow furrowed with the gravity of it all, stared into the fire as if it held the answers to our destiny. His hands, calloused and scarred from years of wielding a sword, trembled slightly. He was a soldier forged in the fires of conflict, yet now a child confronted with the darkness lurking in the corners of the night. "What do we do if they come for us?" he whispered, the words slipping out like a confession of a sin he hadn't committed yet. And there was Cassius, his broad shoulders squared, a facade of strength battling against the tide of doubt that gnawed at his insides. Every muscle in his body tensed like a coiled spring, ready to snap. He was a lion amongst men, but even lions feel the chill of fear. "We fight," he declared, voice booming with bravado, yet his eyes flickered, betraying the truth. "We fight, and we win." But I could see the storm brewing within, the memories of past battles, the blood that stains the soul, the weight of lives lost haunting him like specters in the night. I remember the night spent under the stars, dreaming of glory, of honor, of songs sung in taverns about our bravery. But this, the thought of standing against the tide of enemies, of facing the chaos that awaited us, sent shivers down my spine. I remember the day I picked up my first sword, feeling invincible, feeling ready to carve my name in history, but now, I felt like a mere pawn in a game far bigger than myself. The rumble of distant thunder echoed across the valley, not the storm from the heavens, but the beating of drums, the march of troops preparing for war. Each thud resonated within my chest, a countdown to the inevitable. "They say the gods are on our side," Marcus murmured, a desperate plea wrapped in a fragile hope. But the gods had abandoned us, hadn't they? I watched the flickering flames dance, casting shadows that twisted and turned like the very fate we were about to face. Cassius' laughter broke through the tension like a glass shattering on stone. "What gods? The only ones looking down on us now are our ancestors, and they're probably shaking their heads." His humor was a thin veil over the cracks that threatened to split him open. I wanted to laugh, to feel the warmth of joy amid the chill of dread, but the laughter died before it reached my lips. The wind howled, a mournful wail that carried the scent of earth and iron, the promise of blood mingling with sweat. There was a darkness creeping in, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. I remember my little sister, her laughter echoing like bells in my heart, her innocence a beacon in a world turned savage. What would she think if she knew where I stood now, torn between duty and the desire to run? Would she still see me as her brave brother, or a coward hiding beneath the weight of a sword too heavy to bear? The tension mounted, like a taut bowstring ready to snap. The men around me were lost in their thoughts, each one wrestling with the demons that clawed at their sanity. I could see it in their faces, those fragile masks they wore, crumbling under the strain of fear and doubt. Tomorrow, the battlefield would be a canvas stained with our courage, our cowardice, our very souls laid bare for the world to judge. "Keep your wits about you," Cassius said, his tone shifting, turning serious, the humor stripped away. "It's not the enemy we should fear, it's the silence before the storm." He looked at me, eyes suffused with a mix of determination and despair, as if he was trying to impart strength through sheer will. "We've trained for this. Remember what we're fighting for." But what was it we were fighting for? Glory? Honor? Or was it the hope that we'd return home to those who loved us, who believed in our dreams? I looked into the fire and saw reflections of my comrades, men who were brothers, fathers, sons, faces etched with fear yet burning with an undeniable spirit. The shadows deepened, the fire flickered, and a silence enveloped us once more. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, each second ticking away like the final grains of sand in an hourglass. I remembered the stories of ancient heroes, their epic battles echoing through history, and wondered if we would become legends or merely footnotes in the annals of time. As the night deepened, a sense of resignation settled over me, a mournful acceptance that this was our fate. No grand speeches, no heroic gestures, just men, scared and scarred, thrust into a chaos we could never truly understand. We would fight, not out of sheer valor, but out of a desperate need to survive, to protect those who awaited us on the other side of the storm. I felt the fire's warmth breathe against my skin, the flickering light dancing in defiance of the darkness encroaching. Tomorrow, we would face the dawn together, united in our fear, our hopes, and dreams. Together, we would march into the unknown, and perhaps, just perhaps, we would emerge on the other side. But for now, we stood, caught in the grip of a night filled with ghosts, with doubts, surrounded by the quiet anticipation of fate. And in that silence, we breathed, and we were alive. A heavy silence hung in the air, pregnant with the weight of what was to come. It was the kind of quiet that swallows sound whole, where even the wind held its breath, waiting. I stood there, at the edge of the world, the horizon painted with shades of dread and hope, my heart pounding like distant war drums. The first days of March loomed before us, a dark spectre casting long shadows over the land, and I could feel the chill creeping into my bones. I remember the smell of the earth, wet, raw, alive. I remember my sister, Clara, her eyes wide like moons, reflecting the gathering storm of uncertainty. "What if we're not ready?" she whispered, her voice trembling, barely more than a breeze brushing past me. I wanted to tell her that we were born ready, that the fire within us could ignite even the darkest of nights. But the words caught in my throat, caught between fear and resolve. Then there was Jace, my childhood friend, standing slightly apart, hands shoved deep into his pockets, shoulders hunched against the unyielding cold. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way they darted to the horizon as if searching for answers in the swirling clouds. "We've trained for this," he murmured, and yet the tremor in his voice betrayed the bravado he wore like a second skin. His laughter, once so infectious, felt like a distant memory, just echoes of a boy who danced through life without fear. Now, he was just a shadow of himself, haunted by whispers of what lay ahead. Our village, once vibrant, now felt like a ghost town, the cobbled streets slick with rain and memories. The shutters of houses closed tight, as if the very walls trembled at the thought of what was coming. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, a reminder of countless battles fought and lost. The elders spoke of the past like it was a living thing, their words heavy with the scent of nostalgia and regret. I remembered the stories, the ones that swirled around the fire like smoke, tales of heroes and monsters, of blood and betrayal. But here we were, standing on the precipice of our own story, and we were just kids playing at bravery. I could hear my own heartbeat, a frantic metronome keeping time with the world's decay. "Clara," I said finally, my voice breaking the silence, "we'll face it together." She nodded, though her gaze remained locked on the horizon, searching for something just out of reach. With every passing moment, the air grew thicker, charged with an electric tension that made my skin prickle. I could taste the fear on my tongue, a bitter reminder of the stakes that lay before us. We were marching into the unknown, where every step felt like a descent into madness, a dance with ghosts of our past. The world around us faded, the colors dulling into shades of gray, as if even the sun had decided to retreat from our impending fate. As we moved forward, I stole glances at Jace, whose face was a mask of concentration. I knew he was wrestling with his own demons, battling against the tide of doubt that threatened to pull him under. I remembered the time he had stood tall against the bullies at school, his fists raised, defiance shining in his eyes. "You're stronger than this," I wanted to scream at him, but the words felt hollow, lost amidst the chaos swirling in my chest. We pushed onward, our footsteps echoing against the damp earth, each sound a heartbeat echoing our resolve. Clara's hand brushed against mine, a fleeting connection in a world spinning out of control. Together, we shared a moment of vulnerability, a silent promise that whatever awaited us, we would not face it alone. The darkness was creeping closer, and I felt it clawing at my sanity, whispering doubts into my ear. And there, in that moment, everything shifted. I caught a glimpse of movement, shadows dancing just beyond the tree line. Panic surged through me, a primal instinct that urged me to flee, to turn back, to abandon this foolish quest. "Did you see that?" I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. Both Jace and Clara froze, eyes wide, hearts racing like runaway steeds. But instinct held us in place, tethered to the ground by fear and curiosity alike. We were drawn into the darkness, where silhouettes twisted and turned, merging with the shadows that lingered just beyond our reach. The air thickened, heavy with foreboding, as though the very universe conspired against us. I felt the weight of time bearing down, each second stretching into eternity, and I could feel history pulsing beneath our feet, a living entity hungry for retribution. "Keep moving," Jace urged, but his voice quaked, betraying the fear that lurked beneath the surface. We stumbled forward, the thicket closing in around us, an unyielding labyrinth where memories tangled with nightmares. I could feel Clara's breath quickening beside me, and I knew she was fighting her own demons, the fear of the unknown creeping into her bones like ice water. "Wait," I said, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. "We need to think." I wanted to gather our scattered thoughts, to fortify our resolve against the encroaching shadows. But the more I spoke, the louder the drums of war pounded in my chest, a rhythm of terror and anticipation. The trees closed in, furrowed branches reaching for us like skeletal fingers, and I knew then, with a bone-deep certainty, that we were not alone. The air hummed with a charged energy, as if the very earth had awoken from a long slumber, ready to reclaim its stories. And just as we took our next step, the world erupted. A cacophony of sound, a roar, a clash, the unmistakable taste of iron in the air. I stumbled backward, breath hitching in my throat, as the shadows surged forth, revealing the chaos we had unwittingly invited into our lives. Clara's hand slipped from mine, and in that instant, the world spun wildly, unfurling like an endless tapestry woven with fear and fury. And just like that, we were no longer children chasing tales of bravery. We were warriors, thrust into a story we never intended to write. The first days of March had awakened something deep within us, a reckoning we could neither understand nor escape. We stood on the threshold of something far greater, something beyond our comprehension, and as we faced the storm that awaited us, I could feel the very fabric of our lives unraveling. In that moment, I understood the truth. We were marching into the unknown, and there was no turning back. The sirens blared, a cacophony of chaos reverberating through the dank, narrow streets of a once vibrant city, now cloaked in the thick pall of dread. I could taste the acrid tang of smoke, thick and suffocating, clawing at the back of my throat. I was alive, yet time felt like a cruel joke, dragging painfully slow, each tick of the clock more ominous than the last. Somewhere in the shadowed alleyways, a heartbeat echoed, mismatched against the pounding in my chest. I remember the moment of recognition, the flash of terror in Olivia's eyes, as she turned to me, her voice a mere whisper lost in the din, a desperate plea to turn back. But turning back wasn't an option. Not now. Not ever again. The ghosts of our pasts loomed large, haunting us with every decision we made, the mistakes we'd buried in the soil of our lives now sprouting like weeds, choking the air. I remember when we thought we could save the world, didn't we? But the signs whispered in the wind, and we had chosen to drown them out, a tragic symphony of denial. We had the intel, the whispers of dissent, the murmurs of an administration steeped in complacency. We saw it in the blank stares of the people, the widening chasms of desperation. Yet we ignored the signs, like fools dancing on the edge of a precipice, oblivious to the plunge waiting below. Olivia, with her fiery red hair and fierce spirit, was my anchor. But today, she was a spectre of fear. "This isn't what we signed up for," she shouted, her voice trembling, a reality crashing down around us. I could see the glimmer of tears in her hazel eyes, reflecting the chaos that surrounded us, a world unraveling at the seams. We had trained for this, prepared for the worst, but nothing could shield us from the heart-wrenching sight of our comrades, lying still, lost, swallowed by the darkness that had crept in too slowly for any of us to notice. And then there was Tom, my brother in arms, my childhood friend, a man whose laughter could light up the darkest of days. But now, he stood rigid, his gaze fixed on something unseen, the weight of regret dragging him into the abyss. "We missed the signs," he murmured, his voice breaking, echoing with the resonance of 1,000 unspoken fears. "We thought we were untouchable." His words hung heavy in the air, thundering in my soul with each heartbeat. Regret was a bitter poison, and I could see it seeping into the cracks of his resolve, threatening to shatter him. Together, we were a trio etched in tragedy, caught in a world spiraling into madness. The city had become a maze of despair, each corner turned revealing another layer of horror. Shadows danced mockingly against the crumbling walls, the pulse of the chaos drumming in our ears as the ticking clock counted down, whispering secrets we were never meant to hear. I remember the chill that settled in my bones when the reports came through, intelligence indicating unrest, ambitions brewing beneath the surface. We had all the fragments laid out before us, the puzzle pieces scattered like discarded dreams. Yet, we chose to ignore them, the allure of comfort whispering sweetly in our ears. It was easier to believe in the facade of safety, to close our eyes and hope the darkness would pass us by. It was a lie we told ourselves, and now that lie bore the heavy, terrible weight of consequence. Each moment was a heartbeat closer to the confrontation, the reckoning that loomed like a spectre above us. I could see it in Olivia's trembling hands, the way she clutched her weapon as if it were her only lifeline. She was fierce, but in that moment, I saw the cracks, how the weight of every choice, every ignored warning, threatened to crush her spirit. "What if we're too late?" she asked, the question hanging in the air, sharp and bitter. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that we could still fight, that the fire within us hadn't been extinguished. But the words choked in my throat, heavy with the realization that we were already too late. The intelligence had failed us, the warnings dismissed as paranoia. Every grain of sand whispered the truth. We were the architects of our own demise, building a fortress on shaky ground. The ground shook beneath our feet, a reminder of the chaos that had been unleashed. The shadows closed in, a palpable darkness, and I could feel the weight of panic crushing my chest. The confrontation was upon us. I could hear the distant shouts, the clash of metal, the screams of both the innocent and the guilty. Each sound ripped through the fabric of the night, shredding the last vestiges of hope. And in that moment, I remembered the summer nights when we'd lie beneath the stars, dreaming of a future so bright it could blind. But the cosmos had shifted, the stars were replaced with ghosts. I felt the weight of history pressing against us, a reminder that we were but fleeting moments in a vast, unfeeling universe. The collision of dreams and reality had come crashing down, and we stood on the precipice of despair. Tom's voice broke through the chaos, raw and desperate. "We can't let this be the end." His determination was a flicker of light in the suffocating darkness, a reminder that even amidst despair, hope could claw its way back. But I could see it in his eyes, fear mixed with guilt, the knowledge that we had failed to heed the signs, the warnings dancing in the shadows. The clock was ticking, each tick a reminder of the decisions we had made, or failed to make. And as I stood there, surrounded by the ruin of our choices, I knew we had to confront the truth. We had ignored the signs, but now, as the world crumbled around us, we were faced with the consequences. Time twisted, memories surged, and the heart of the storm was upon us. We had to fight, not just for survival, but for redemption. And as the darkness swallowed the light, we took our final stand, against ourselves, against the signs we had ignored, against the ghosts that threatened to consume us. In the depths of despair, we would rise, not as heroes, but as flawed humans, flawed but alive, ready to confront the specters of our past, unwilling to let the shadows define us. Time was a merciless judge, but we would not go quietly into that night. The confrontation awaited, and with it, the chilling promise of what lay beyond. The trees whispered secrets under the weight of night, shadows stretching like fingers across the darkened forest floor. A heavy silence fell, thick as fog, save for the frantic thudding of hearts racing against the gathering storm. I remember the smell of damp earth, the acrid scent of fear mingling with the sweet perfume of pine. It was then that I knew something terrible was coming, and all of us, warriors, fathers, brothers, were bound to the very precipice of fate. Arminius stood, a ghost among shadows, his eyes sharp with the ferocity of 1,000 unspoken dreams. Behind that stoic facade pulsed a heart barely tethered to sanity, twisted by betrayal and purpose. I remember the moment he clenched his fists, the tendons in his arms straining like coiled ropes. He was fighting not just for his people but for every whispered promise of freedom that had ever danced like a flickering flame before him. The pale moonlight revealed nothing of the plan that simmered in his mind, but I could feel its heat, a burning need to unleash chaos upon the legions of Rome. Across the clearing, Varus, the Roman commander, marched with all the arrogance of a man who believed himself invincible. His laughter echoed, hollow and cruel, a dagger poised to plunge into the souls of the innocent. He had forgotten the price of hubris, and oh, how I longed to rattle that illusion. I remember the way his men strutted, their armor glimmering like a false promise beneath the night sky. They were a tapestry of flesh and steel, but to Arminius, they were nothing more than threads to be woven into his master plan. As I crouched low, hidden in the undergrowth, I felt a chill creep down my spine, a dark premonition that clung to me like a shroud. I should have been terrified, I was terrified. Yet, amidst the dread, there was something exhilarating about the knowledge that destiny was about to be carved in blood. I thought of my own family, the faces of my children flickering in my mind like ghosts. They were safe, for now, but would they remain so when the storm broke? The hours crawled, each tick of time a slow, torturous countdown to the moment of impact. I could hear the distant laughter of Roman soldiers, their carefree revelry echoing through the trees. How they mocked the very ground they walked upon. They were a corruption of civilization, blind to the storm that brewed around them. Soon, I thought, soon, they will learn what it means to be caught in an ambush, to have the very earth rise against them. Arminius drew closer, his breath heavy with the weight of unuttered words. "This is it," he murmured, his voice a low growl. "Tonight, we reclaim our land." Those words sent shivers through my veins, igniting a fire within me, an ember of rebellion fanned into a roaring blaze. I was desperate to believe, to sacrifice my own fears for the sake of something greater. But in the marrow of my bones, I felt the haunting doubt, what if it was all for nothing? What if the night swallowed us whole? Then, there they were, the Romans, marching in their arrogance, their boots thudding like war drums in the quiet of the forest. It was a mass of men, a moving tide of iron and flesh, and my heart raced with a wild, primal fear. I glanced at Arminius, his silhouette stark against the flickering shadows. His resolve galvanized me, and in that heartbeat, I knew I had to be brave. I thought of what we stood to lose, and the warmth of family faded into the cold reality of impending violence. The signal was a mere breath, a sound that cut through the tension like the sharpest blade. Arminius, eyes alight with fury, unleashed the arrows hidden in the shadows. They soared through the air, a storm of death descending upon the unsuspecting Romans. I remember the first scream, raw and visceral, a sound that shattered the night. The soldiers staggered, confusion morphing into chaos as the ambush erupted with the ferocity of a tempest. I leaped into the fray, adrenaline pounding through my veins like thunder. The forest transformed into a harrowing battleground, where valor met despair in a macabre dance. I swung my sword, each movement fueled by the ghosts of my ancestors, by the memories of the lives lost to tyranny. In that moment, I was both a warrior and a child, caught between the rawness of the fight and the haunting echoes of love and loss. But the chaos was a double-edged sword. As I fought, I saw Varus trying to rally his men, his voice a desperate plea drowned by the cacophony of battle. I could see the fear in his eyes now, a flicker of humanity that reminded me, these men were not just faceless enemies, they were fathers, brothers too, caught in the web of Rome's insatiable greed. Would our victory be worth their blood? I clenched my teeth, my heart torn asunder, but no time to ponder, no time for kindness. The forest was a hellscape, flickering shadows mixing with blood and sweat. I remember the flash of a blade, the searing pain slicing through my shoulder, a cruel reminder of my mortality. The world twisted, blurred into colors and screams, but amid the pain, I found clarity. I remembered why we fought, the faces of those we loved, and with a roar that echoed through the trees, I charged on, a beast fueled by grief and rage. Arminius was everywhere, a whirlwind of ferocity, his spirit igniting the hearts of those around him. I watched as he clashed with Varus, two titans of fate colliding, their swords clanging like thunder in the storm. I could see it in his eyes, the weight of the world, the dreams of a nation, all resting on this singular moment. Then, a moment of stillness, their swords locked, and in that heartbeat, the universe held its breath. But the fight was far from over. In the distance, I could hear the sound of more Romans approaching, a relentless tide threatening to crush us beneath its weight. We would fight, we had to fight. In that moment, I realized this ambush was not just a strategy, it was a reckoning, a chance to shatter the chains of oppression. I took a deep breath, steadied my resolve, and prepared for the storm that was yet to come. Time blurred, the night stretched on, filled with the cacophony of life and death. Shadows danced, nightmares merged with reality, but within that chaos, we found something profound, hope that flickered like a candle fighting against the dark. Even as the fight raged on, even as the tide turned in that battle of wills, I knew this was merely a prologue, a prelude to the saga that would unfold in the heart of our people. With each clash, every cry, we wove our destinies tighter, forging a bond in the crucible of conflict. It was more than a battle, it was our spirit laid bare, and as the moon rose high above the treetops, illuminating the carnage below, I felt the inexorable pull of fate guide us toward an uncertain future, one that had only just begun to unfurl its wings. The air crackled with tension, a symphony of uncertainty that clung to the skin. Somewhere in the distance, a low rumble echoed, thunder? Or the sky's warning? The sun hung lazily, its last light bleeding into the horizon, painting the world in ominous hues of crimson. I could almost taste the metal on my tongue, the metallic tang of fear that had become all too familiar. I remember the moment vividly. The scent of smoke, acrid and choking, filled my lungs as I sprinted through the charred remains of what was once a thriving village. The shadows whispered secrets, weaving through the debris like ghosts of the past. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant clash of steel and the cries of the fallen. My heart pounded like a war drum, echoing a rhythm of dread that matched the chaos around me. A figure emerged from the smoke, silhouetted against the dying light, Elena. Her hair whipped around her face like tendrils of flame, a warrior caught between vengeance and desperation. I could see it in her eyes, the storm simmering, ready to erupt. "We can't stay here," she shouted, voice trembling with urgency and fear. Her hands gripped a sword, knuckles white, as she faced me. "They're coming." I wanted to tell her to calm down, to breathe, to remember the times we danced by the river, searching for light in the shadows. But the words withered on my tongue, lost in the urgency of the moment. Instead, I nodded, fear pooling in my stomach like a stone. "Where do we go?" "Anywhere but here," she replied, but the weight of her answer sank deeper than the horizon. George, our reluctant companion, stumbled into view, breathless and wild-eyed. "They're behind me. They're everywhere." The remnants of his facade crumbled under the weight of terror, revealing the boy beneath the armor, the tender heart overshadowed by bravado. I saw him as he truly was, a boy playing a man's game, struggling against an avalanche of fear. "We have to fight," he insisted, voice cracking. "We can't just run." I remember the night we sat under the stars, harmless dreams spinning between us like fireflies. "We're not heroes, George," I murmured, though my voice trembled with uncertainty. "We're just trying to survive." The night swallowed our voices as the ground trembled beneath us. With every heartbeat, the air thickened, suffused with the scent of smoke and impending doom. I felt the weight of the world pressing in, a cosmic joke unraveling the threads of our lives. We were players caught in a tragedy, our roles dictated by forces beyond our control. Then they appeared, figures emerging from the darkness, clad in shadows and malice, eyes glinting like shards of glass. The tension fractured like a thin sheet of ice, splintering into chaos. I could hardly breathe, the air thickening as they approached with grim determination. "Stop!" Elena shouted, stepping forward, fury igniting in her veins. "You don't have to do this." But her voice trembled, and I could see the doubt creeping in, shadows lurking behind her fierce gaze. "We can negotiate." The leader of the approaching figures laughed, a cold, mirthless sound that sliced through the night. "Negotiate?" His voice dripped with contempt. "You think this is a game? You think you can talk your way out of this?" The skirmish erupted suddenly, a terrible ballet of violence and despair. Clashing steel rang out like a symphony of destruction, punctured by the cries of the wounded. I found myself thrust into the fray, my heart pounding in my ears, adrenaline pumping through my veins. Every swing of my sword felt desperate, every clash a plea for survival. I remember the weight of a body falling beside me, the sickening thud against the ground. Time felt elastic, stretching and contracting as I fought my own demons, my memories of laughter and warmth twisted into nightmares of loss and desperation. I couldn't think of what it meant to fight. All I could think of was the next strike, the next breath. In the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Elena, her spirit unyielding as she fought with a ferocity that ignited the air around her. Yet even in her strength, I saw the undercurrent of fear that threatened to consume her. With every swing, there was a flicker of doubt. What if this was the end? What if we were nothing but shadows in our own story? George was nearby, desperately grappling with an opponent, his face twisted in concentration and terror. "Help me," he cried out, but it was as if the world had narrowed to a single point, the chaos swirling around us, thick with pain and uncertainty. I lunged forward, adrenaline propelling me as I dispatched an enemy blocking his path. The moment was fleeting, a heartbeat, a breath. But in that breath, I realized something monumental. We were not merely fighting for our lives, we were fighting for each other, for the flickering hope that still burned within us, a star against the void. And then there was a pause, a breath caught in the throat of the universe. The chaos stilled for just a heartbeat, and in that moment, I saw the fractures in each of us. Elena's eyes, wild with determination yet haunted by memories of a brighter past. George, grappling with a fear he could no longer contain, his bravado stripped bare like the leaves in autumn. But the stillness shattered as suddenly as it had formed, and I felt the weight of the world crash back in, a reminder of the desperate fight we faced. The battle surged around us again, a tide of despair and fury that threatened to drown everything we held dear. And as the night deepened, the shadows encroached, cloaking us in darkness, I knew we were on the precipice of something greater. The world spun wildly, the stars above whispering secrets we couldn't grasp. We were not just players in this deadly game, we were the echoes of lost dreams, voices against the darkness, haunted by our choices, driven to confront the specters of our past. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was this fight, this moment, and the fragile thread that bound us together, a thread fraying at the edges, ready to unravel. I could feel it in my bones, the certainty that this was only the beginning. The battle had just started, and the night was far from over. Thunder rumbled like a growling beast, the sound rolling through the darkened sky. I stood there, drenched to the bone, mud sucking at my boots like a desperate lover, pleading for me to stay. Rain poured down, a relentless onslaught, each drop a tiny dagger piercing the skin, a reminder that the world outside was uncaring, unyielding. I could feel the chill seep into my bones, whispering ancient secrets of despair, of loss. I glanced over at Lena, her face shadowed by the droplets cascading from her hair. Her eyes, usually bright with mischief, were clouded now, brimming with fear. "We shouldn't have come here," she muttered, her voice swallowed by the storm. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that it would be okay, but the words got lost in the storm, tangled in the chaos around us. "Just a little further," I urged, my voice cracking like the branches above us. But even I could hear the lies woven in my words. I felt it, the disorientation that crept into my mind like the encroaching fog. The trees, skeletal and twisted, loomed around us, their branches reaching like fingers clawing at the sky, begging for salvation. As we pressed on, the ground squelched beneath us, a grotesque symphony of mud and rain. I stumbled, fell to my knees, hands sinking deep into the earth. Each push of my palms into the wet soil felt like a desperate attempt to anchor myself, to pull myself back from the edge of madness. I could taste the grit on my lips, a reminder of the primal connection to this cursed land. Lena knelt beside me, her breath hot against my ear. "What if we never find our way out?" Her voice quivered, a fragile thread threatening to snap. "What if we're stuck here forever?" I wanted to laugh, to dismiss her fears as the overactive imaginings of a mind drowning in darkness. But I couldn't. There was something in her voice that echoed my own thoughts, an inkling of dread whispering that we might indeed be lost, that the environment was alive, conspiring against us. The rain intensified, turning the world into a blur of grey. I remembered the stories, the old wives' tales whispered by flickering candlelight, the woods that consumed wanderers, the mud that swallowed secrets whole. I could feel the weight of those tales pressing down on my chest, suffocating me. "Look!" Lena pointed, her finger trembling as it cut through the curtain of rain. A shadow darted between the trees, too quick to be real. My heart thudded, an erratic drum in the symphony of the storm. "Did you see it?" I shook my head, but doubt wormed its way in. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. But even as I spoke, I felt the pull of something lurking just beyond the reach of our understanding. A ghost, perhaps, a figment of our paranoia, or maybe something far more sinister. The mud clung to my skin, each step becoming a battle against the very earth. I longed for solid ground, for a place where the chaos didn't swallow us whole. But the storm raged on, relentless in its cruelty, and with every passing moment, the disorientation deepened. I couldn't tell where the trees ended and the sky began. The world was a swirling vortex, pulling us into its maw. "Do you remember?" Lena started, her voice a fragile thread amidst the chaos. "Do you remember the nights we'd sit by the fire? Just dreaming of adventure." I remembered. I remembered the warmth, the flicker of the flames dancing in her eyes, painting her face in hues of gold and crimson. But those memories felt like ghosts now, haunting reminders of a life untouched by this storm. "I remember," I whispered, my heart aching with the weight of nostalgia. but this isn't the adventure we dreamed of." "No," she replied, and there was a deep sadness in her voice, a realization that even dreams can turn dark. "This is a nightmare." The shadows around us shifted, a movement too deliberate to be coincidence. I felt my breath catch, heart racing like a wild animal trapped in a cage. Lena's eyes widened, fear radiating off her like heat from a fire. "We need to go," she cried, pulling at my arm, dragging me through the muck. But where? The trees twisted and turned, creating a labyrinth with no exit. Each path looked the same, each direction a mirror of the last. It felt as if the forest was alive, laughing at our feeble attempts to escape. "Stay close!" I yelled, the word swallowed by the wind. But within moments, the rain intensified, and I lost sight of her. Panic surged through me like fire, clawing at my throat. "Lena!" I screamed, the sound swallowed by the storm, echoing back to me like a cruel mockery. I stumbled blindly, the mud pulling me down as I reached out, fingers grasping at the dark, cold air. "Lena!" I called again, desperation clawing at my insides. Time stretched, a cruel mockery as I fought against the elements, the storm howling around me, drowning my cries. And then, a flicker of movement. A glimpse of something in the trees, the outline of a figure. My heart surged with a fleeting hope. "Lena!" I stumbled toward it, mud sloshing around my ankles, pulling me back as if the earth itself sought to keep me from whatever salvation lay ahead. But as I neared, the figure melted into the shadows, leaving me with nothing but the echo of my own voice. I was alone, the rain a deafening roar, the storm a relentless beast, and all I could do was fight against the darkness, against the encroaching madness. In that moment, I felt time slip away, a ghostly whisper reminding me of the dreams we'd spun, the hope that had once danced in our hearts. But now, the world was a tapestry of fear, woven together by the threads of mud, rain, and disorientation. And as the tempest raged, I could only cling to the fragments of our shared past, wondering if I would emerge from this storm, or if I would be lost forever in its unforgiving embrace. A thunderclap shattered the dawn, the sound rolling across the fields like the mournful groan of a dying beast. I remember the weight of that moment, heavy, electric, filled with the crackling tension of the air. The sun, a sullen orange ball, hung low on the horizon, bleeding its light across the blood-soaked earth, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward the heavens as if begging for mercy. My heart raced, a wild drum in my chest, as I glanced at Thomas, his face a mask of pale terror, the kind of fear that grips a man's soul and twists it like a knife. He was only 17, barely a man, yet here he stood among warriors, his hands trembling around the hilt of a sword that felt heavier than a mountain. "I didn't think it would be like this," he whispered, his voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. I wanted to tell him it was just the beginning, that chaos had a way of consuming even the bravest hearts. But my throat constricted, and I swallowed my words, tasting the bitterness of impending doom. Beside him was Ilara, her face fierce yet heartbreakingly young, eyes ablaze with a rage that felt entirely out of place among the soldiers, a flickering candle in a gale. "We've come too far to turn back now," she said, her voice steadier than I felt. But I saw the slight tremor in her lips, the way her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her cloak as if seeking solace in its worn fabric. She was fierce, a lioness in a world filled with sheep, and yet, beneath that bravado, I sensed the gnawing fear that clawed at her heart. The air thickened, saturated with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of smoke, wrapping around us like a suffocating shroud. I remember the sound of distant horns, their mournful wails weaving through the chaos like a haunting melody, summoning us into a nightmarish waltz. Each note sent shivers rippling through my spine, a cruel prelude to the symphony of violence that awaited. "Stay close," I urged, though my voice felt small, swallowed by the cacophony of clanging armor and the rattle of galloping horses. We formed a ragged line, a thin barrier against the storm. I could feel Thomas's fear beside me, palpable, a living thing, and it mirrored my own. My heart hammered, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage, as the enemy drew nearer, dark silhouettes against the waning light. Time dissolved into fragments. I remember the moment stretched and snapped like the taut strings of a bow, each heartbeat a countdown to chaos. The sound of boots, the cries of men, the clang of metal against metal, it all melded into a deafening roar, a tide rising to consume us. Then, a flash of steel, a blade sliced through the air, and I felt it before I saw it, the sudden, visceral understanding that this day would carve its mark into the fabric of our lives. With a shriek, the first clash erupted, a violent embrace of chaos as men surged forward, thrusting and parrying, a hellish dance of life and death. Thomas stumbled, his youthful bravado crumbling as a hulking figure loomed before him, eyes wild and bloodthirsty. Time slowed as I lunged forward, the ground beneath me a shifting grave, my heart a raging storm, echoing my desperate plea. Thomas! I remember that moment vividly, the way his face twisted in fear, the flash of realization as he swung his sword, a clumsy arc of desperation. The sound of metal meeting flesh, a sickening crunch that echoed through my bones. I could taste the iron in the air, could feel the weight of the world pressing down, suffocating, relentless. Keep fighting! Ilara screamed, her voice like a beacon, cutting through the haze of confusion. She was a whirlpool of fury, heedless of the chaos around her, charging forward with a wild vigor. I watched her, feeling the warmth of admiration surge within me, but it was a fleeting ember, quickly snuffed out by the icy grip of fear. What if she fell? What if I lost her too? My surroundings blurred into shadows, faces morphed into grotesque parodies of humanity, each cry a spectral echo that clawed at my sanity. I swung my sword, feeling the weight of it, the cold steel biting into my palm as I fought back the encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf us all. Each clash, each desperate breath, felt like a countdown to oblivion. I remember the moment it all shifted, the ground beneath me trembled, a low rumble that sent a wave of panic surging through the ranks. Retreat, someone screamed, but the order drowned in the cacophony, lost amidst the chaos. I caught sight of Thomas, frozen, his eyes wide with terror as a shadow loomed behind him. Time splintered as I lunged, the world narrowing to the point of a blade, the cry of the fallen merging with the sound of my racing heart. In that moment, every fear, every regret, every doubt poured into a singular focus, the desperate need to protect him, to shield him from the fangs of fate. I remember the feel of my body colliding with his, sending us both sprawling into the mud as the blade intended for him found its mark in me. I gasped, the air escaping my lungs in a strangled cry, pain erupting like a starburst in my chest. It was an agony that swallowed the world whole, a torment that turned into a haunting whisper in the back of my mind. I felt Thomas's hands on me, shaking, trembling, the weight of his horror crashing over me like a wave. No, no, no. And as I lay there, the ground slick with blood and despair, I could see Ilara fighting through the throng, her silhouette framed against the chaos, an ethereal warrior battling fate itself. My vision blurred, the edges softening into shadows, but through it all, I felt the pulse of something more, something raw and electric, thrumming in the air, the heartbeat of a world on the brink of ruin, a moment suspended in time, and I knew there was no turning back. The battle raged on, a tempest of chaos and confusion, pulling us deeper into its maw, and though I felt the light slipping away, the echoes of our struggle would linger, reverberating through the pages of history. As the world decayed around us, I held on to that fragment of hope, the flickering candle in the storm, the fierce flame of Ilara's spirit, as we barreled toward an uncertain fate. And so, we fought. The sky hung low, a bruised shade of grey, casting an eerie pall over the battlefield. I remember the scent of damp earth and blood, mingling in a grotesque dance as rain began to fall, each drop a reminder of lives lost, dreams shattered. The air crackled with tension, thick as a shroud. I stood there, heart racing, surrounded by the ghosts of warriors past, their whispers clawing at the edges of my sanity. This was no ordinary clash, this was the heart of conflict, where Roman precision met the wild fury of Germanic resolve. In the distance, I saw Marcus, a proud centurion, his bronze armor gleaming defiantly like a beacon of order amidst chaos. I remember his eyes, fierce and unwavering, carrying the weight of Rome's legacy. He believed in structured formations, in the discipline of the legions, the ironclad strategy that had carved empires from blood and sweat. But today, as the rain drummed against his shield, I sensed something deeper, a flicker of doubt. Could the unyielding might of Rome hold against the unpredictable storm that was the Germanic tribes? And then there was Edda, wild as the tempest brewing above us. A fierce warrior, she danced through the underbrush, her movements fluid, almost ethereal, as if the shadows themselves guided her. In her heart burned a fire of vengeance, a desire to reclaim her land and her people from the iron grasp of Rome. I remember her laughter, a sound both haunting and intoxicating, echoing through the trees like a chilling promise. She was no stranger to loss. It clung to her like a second skin, shaping her into the fierce protector she had become. I could feel the pull of fate drawing them closer, an invisible thread woven through the storm. A silent clash was brewing, one of tactics versus instinct, of order versus chaos. The Romans advanced, a phalanx of steel and resolve. They were a wall, unyielding and proud, each soldier a cog in the great machine of Rome. Marcus shouted orders, his voice cutting through the chaos, a lifeline in the gathering storm. "Hold the line! For Rome!" His heart beat in sync with the rhythm of their march, yet the shadow of doubt whispered in the recesses of his mind. Edda, hidden amongst the trees, was a spectre. Her heart raced to a different beat, primal and raw. She felt the earth beneath her feet like the pulse of ancient spirits urging her forward. "Strike hard, strike fast," she murmured, eyes glinting with fierce determination. She knew the land, its secrets, its scars. The Romans knew tactics, formations, precision, but she had something they did not, the wild, untamed spirit of her ancestors. The tension hung thick, suffocating. As the two forces neared, something shifted in the air, a palpable crackle of anticipation. I remember watching as Edda let loose a guttural war cry, a sound that tore through the silence like lightning. It was a call to the spirits, a rallying cry that summoned her fellow warriors from the depths of the forest. They emerged like wraiths, wild and fierce, a surge of courage against the disciplined legions. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a heartbeat of its own, as the first clash of swords rang out, a metallic symphony punctuated by screams and the heavy thud of bodies hitting earth. I found myself caught between the chaos, feeling the visceral reality of battle, the adrenaline surging through my veins, the terror lurking just beneath the surface. Marcus fought like a lion, pushing through the throng, his formation breaking under the weight of Edda's relentless assault. "Stay together," he bellowed, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Each Roman soldier fell, a piece of Rome's grand tapestry unraveling in the face of a tempest. Edda was everywhere, fire and fury, a whirlwind of chaos. She ducked and weaved, her heart beating in rhythm with each swing of her blade. I could see the ghosts of her past in her strikes, each kill a tribute to the fallen, an echo of her ancestors' cries for vengeance. The shadows grew long, stretching across the battlefield like fingers of despair, gripping both sides in a vice of unrelenting pressure. I remember the moment Marcus caught her gaze, and for a heartbeat, the world around them fell away. His heart was heavy with the weight of duty, hers pulsed with a fierce longing for freedom. In that brief instant, they were not enemies but reflections of the same struggle, each fighting for their truth, their legacy. But the battle raged on. The Romans, despite their training, began to falter, their formation crumbling like brittle parchment caught in a storm. Edda's warriors closed in, a tidal wave of ferocity crashing against the remnants of discipline. I felt the weight of despair settle over Marcus as he shouted words of encouragement, desperation bleeding into his voice. "For honor! For Rome!" But the echoes of his rallying cries fell flat against the cries of the Germanic warriors rising triumphant. Time seemed to stretch and warp, each second a lifetime etched in blood. I remember the chaos, the visceral reality of war, a visceral symphony of cries, the shattering of armor, the metallic taste of blood mingling with the earth. It was both beautiful and horrific, a dance of life and death, chaos and order, where every movement mattered, every heartbeat counted. And as the storm raged overhead, I could see the shadows of doubt clouding Marcus' eyes, the flicker of panic as his soldiers fell around him. A single thought clawed its way into his mind: how long could he hold the line? Edda, in her moment of triumph, felt a pang of sorrow as she looked upon the fallen. Each life claimed was a ghost haunting her heart, a reminder of the price of freedom. "What is victory, if it comes at such a cost?" she whispered, the words lost in the tumult. The clash of styles, the Roman tactics against the German guerrilla warfare, was not just a battle of swords and shields, it was a fight for the soul of two peoples, each bearing the scars of history, each facing the abyss with courage that bordered on madness. In that moment, suspended between chaos and clarity, the echoes of their struggle danced in the air, a haunting melody that would resonate long after the last breath was drawn. The storm raged on, but the real tempest was in the hearts of those who fought, each soul bound to the other by the fragility of existence, caught in an eternal struggle that would never truly end. The forest was alive, a pulsing heart wrapped in a shroud of mist. Shadows flickered between gnarled trees, the whispers of leaves rustling like secrets. One moment, silence hung heavy like a cloak, the next, it shattered. A scream pierced the air, a raw, animalistic sound. It echoed through the dense foliage, sickening in its urgency, reverberating in the bones of the earth. I could feel it, the pulse of impending doom. Varus! They're coming! The words ripped through me, laced with panic, and I turned, my heart hammering against my ribs. My gaze darted around, catching the wide, terrified eyes of Arminius, his once loyal soldier, now a traitor cloaked in the garb of his people. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead, painting his brow in crimson, an offering to the chaos that enveloped us. I remember the march through the cities, the statues of emperors gazing down at us, their stone eyes cold and indifferent, I thought, the memories tangling with the present dread. How far I had fallen, from commanding legions to pleading for survival in the heart of Germania, surrounded by those who once fought alongside me. Stay close! We can't lose command! I shouted, but the words felt empty, hollow. The ground trembled as the weight of uncertainty pressed down on my shoulders. I was losing them, losing my grip, one soldier at a time. The sound of footsteps crashing through the underbrush stole my breath. They were coming, a tide of fury fueled by centuries of resentment, ancestral blood boiling over. I could almost see their faces, twisted in rage, the fierce spirit of their forebears igniting a fire within them. Not just soldiers, they were ghosts, ancient and vengeful. Do you remember how it felt, Arminius? I forced the words out, clenching my fists as if I could mold fate itself. When we marched through the gates of Rome, he was supposed to be my ally. But now? Now, he was a wild card, a tempest, effortlessly slipping from my grasp. I remember, he replied, his voice wavering, the conflict in his eyes a storm I could no longer navigate. But the past is a knife, Varus. It cuts both ways. His loyalty had withered like autumn leaves, scattered in the winds of change. The arrows flew like dark omens, whistling through the air with a malevolent glee. I felt one graze my arm, sharp and sudden, a reminder that pain was now a constant companion. They're organized, I thought, panic clawing at my throat. They're united, while I am lost. Fall back! I commanded, pushing aside my own fear, trying to summon strength from the depths of my fading authority. But the soldiers around me, their faces pale, reflected my own dread. In their eyes, I saw the shadows of doubt, creeping like vines, suffocating the flickering flame of hope. I could see them now, the enemy breaking through the thickets, faces painted in war and fury, their weapons glinting like dark stars against a bruised sky. They were relentless, an unstoppable tide, and I, an unwilling captain on a sinking ship. I'm afraid, I thought, the admission a weight hanging on my tongue. Afraid of losing everything. The battle began with a fury that felt like the end of the world. I fought, each swing of my sword a desperate grasp at control, each clash of metal a plea to the gods above, pleading for mercy. But the chaos enveloped us, a cyclone of rage and despair, and I could feel the fabric of command slipping away, thread by thread. Remember the festivals? The laughter echoing through the streets. Arminius was beside me, defending against an onslaught, but his voice was filled with sorrow. I could see it in the way he moved. This was not the man I knew. We were brothers once. Were we? The question hung between us, a chasm I felt widening with each passing moment. I saw the flicker of doubt, the betrayal in his eyes, and it cut deeper than any blade. I was losing him, losing them all. The forest was a labyrinth of shadows, each turn leading to another heartbreak. I could hear the cries of my men fading, swallowed by the chaos. Hold the line! I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat, but it was a hollow echo against the backdrop of despair. I was a ghost of my former self, a commander without a command. Suddenly, a figure broke through the haze, an enemy warrior, wild-eyed and fierce, charging at me with the fury of a storm. I met his gaze, and in that moment, time seemed to stretch, a heartbeat suspended in the air. He was a reflection of my own fear, a man fighting for everything he had lost. I could feel the weight of our shared humanity, and it terrified me. The impact was violent, a collision of wills, and I felt the world closing around us. My breath left me in a shocked gasp, and I was on the ground, the forest swirling around me like a nightmare. I could hear the distant cries, the clash of arms, the heartbeat of war, but it all felt muffled, like a cruel joke played by fate. Varus! Arminius' voice cut through the fog, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Get up! We can't let them take everything. But I felt the weight of despair anchoring me down, a heavy shroud that refused to lift. A surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. I pushed against the earth, fighting against the darkness. I had to reclaim control. I had to fight for them. For Rome, I whispered to myself, but the words felt fragile. What had I become? The air thickened with smoke, fear, and the bitter tang of betrayal. Each breath was a reminder that time was slipping away, like sand through my fingers. I stumbled to my feet, heart pounding, mind racing. The enemy surged forward, shadows dancing in the firelight, and I knew that this moment would define us. Together! I shouted, the word a prayer, a command, a desperate grasp at unity. But in that chaos, could unity ever be found again? As the battle raged on, I felt the specter of command slipping further away. I was no longer just Varus, the commander. I was Varus, the man, a man who could lose it all in an instant. Emotion swirled, fear and anger clashing like swords, each heartbeat echoing the inevitability of loss. And so we fought. We fought against the shadows and the uncertainty that threatened to consume us whole. In that moment, the forest bore witness to our struggle, and I could only hope that somewhere in the chaos, I could find a way to keep my command as the world around me descended into darkness. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and sweat, a choking cloud that wrapped around the throat like a noose. Shadows danced against the cold stone walls of the bunker, flickering like the frayed edges of sanity. A low hum resonated through the cramped quarters, the kind that gnawed at the edges of one's mind, a reminder of the darkness outside. It was here, just beyond the flimsy barrier of hope, that fear thrived like a hungry beast, relentlessly clawing at the hearts of the men gathered within. They were soldiers, yet they were boys, stripped of the innocence that once defined them, now merely husks filled with dread. I remember the moment I met James. His eyes were wide, like a deer caught in headlights, reflecting an abyss of terror that felt far too familiar. He was gripping his rifle as if it were a lifeline, knuckles white, muscles tense. "We're going to die, aren't we?" he whispered, the words barely breaking the suffocating silence that enveloped us. His voice trembled, a fragile thread in the cacophony of our shared despair. I wanted to tell him that it was impossible to know, that hope was a flicker in the dark, but the truth hung heavy, suffocating. Instead, I offered a nod, a silent agreement that tasted bitter on my tongue. Beside him, there was Malik, whose laughter once echoed like music through the barracks, a sharp contrast to the grayness that now dominated our reality. He was the kind of man who could turn any mundane moment into a celebration, spinning tales that made the world seem less menacing. But that laughter had faded, replaced by an eerie stillness that mirrored the deathly quiet outside. I could see the cracks forming in his once unbreakable spirit, the way his hands fidgeted with the hem of his uniform, a nervous habit that betrayed his confusion. "You know, I always thought if I made it to 25, I'd be fine," he muttered, staring at the floor as if it held the answers. "But here I am, all of us. Not fine. Not even close." The sun was setting, casting an angry red hue through the tiny slit of a window, a cruel reminder that night was coming. Time felt warped, as if the hours dragged on, stretching into eternity. I caught glimpses of the clocks on the wall, ticking steadily, yet I felt time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. Each tick was a countdown, a reminder of the inevitable, a ghost lurking just over our shoulders, whispering that safety was an illusion, a lie we clung to in our desperation. Outside, the world was painted in shades of chaos. The distant sounds of gunfire reverberated, a morbid symphony that roused the primal instincts buried deep within us. Every boom sent a tremor through my chest, a reminder that we were alive, that our hearts still beat within our chests, even as despair threatened to drown us. I closed my eyes, envisioning the faces of those I loved, the laughter of my sister echoing through my mind, her voice cutting through the fog of fear. I remember her smile, bright and unwavering, a stark contrast to the darkness that surrounded me now. "You'll come back to me," she promised once, her faith a fragile lifeline. But with each passing moment, I felt that faith slip further away. "Do you think they'll remember us?" James asked suddenly, breaking the spell that had wrapped around us. His question hung in the air like a heavy fog, thick and impenetrable. "If we don't make it, will they care?" I swallowed hard, the knot in my throat tightening. It was a question no one wanted to confront. The weight of uncertainty pressed down on us, a cruel reminder that we were mere pawns in a larger game, our lives a statistic in the grand scheme of war. "They'll remember," I assured him, but even I wasn't convinced. The truth was too raw, too painful to voice. The world would move on, indifferent to our struggles, our sacrifices. As the darkness deepened, shadows took on a life of their own. I could almost hear their whispers, taunting me, beckoning me closer to the edge of madness. The walls felt alive, pulsating with the collective anxiety of the men squeezed within. Each breath was labored, each heartbeat a reminder of our mortality. I looked at Malik, who had retreated into himself, his eyes glazed over, lost somewhere in the labyrinth of his thoughts. "Hey, Malik," I called softly, trying to pull him back. "Stay with us." But the spark that once filled him was dim, flickering like a candle in a tempest. In that moment, I realized that we were all just fragments of our former selves, broken, frayed, desperately clinging to whatever shreds of hope remained. As the hours dragged on, I found myself haunted by memories, images of laughter and warmth slipping through my fingers like water, leaving behind only the haunting echoes of what could have been. Then, a sudden explosion shattered the fragile silence, and chaos erupted. The ground shook violently, throwing us off our feet. Screams filled the bunker, mingling with the cacophony of destruction outside. Instinct took over, we scrambled to our feet, adrenaline coursing through our veins, the fear morphing into raw survival. I felt the weight of my rifle in my hands, a cold comfort amidst the swirling chaos. "Stay close!" I shouted, trying to rally the group, though my own voice was barely a whisper against the tempest. James was beside me, his face pale, but determination flickered in his eyes. Malik, however, was lost in the storm. I could see him retreating into the shadows, his mind spiraling into the depths of despair. "Malik!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. "Come back!" But the darkness had claimed him, the fear swallowing him whole. In that fleeting moment, I understood. This was not just a battle against the enemy, it was a battle against the shadows within us, the demons that clawed at our sanity, whispering lies and feeding our insecurities. And as the chaos raged outside, I felt the weight of despair settle in my chest, heavy and unyielding, a reminder that we were all just one heartbeat away from oblivion. The confrontation was coming, a collision of fear and desperation. But even as the world outside erupted into madness, I held onto a fragile thread of hope. We were alive. We breathed. And in that breath, perhaps there was still a chance to reclaim our souls from the abyss. But the night was long, and the dawn felt impossibly far away. In the silence that wrapped the Teutoburg Forest, the air thrummed with an unearthly tension, as if the trees themselves held their breath, waiting. Shadows danced between the trunks, whispering secrets of betrayal and vengeance, of blood-soaked earth and steel-tinged air. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum, a countdown to an inevitable storm. This was not just a clash of swords, it was a collision of destinies, a raging tempest of loyalty and treachery, where the weight of the world pressed down with merciless intensity. I remember the moment when Varus stood atop that ridge, the Roman general, a figure draped in the dignity of empire yet haunted by the specters of self-doubt. His gaze swept the horizon, searching for signs of the enemy, but finding only the mocking silence of the forest. "What have I done?" he whispered to himself, though only the rustle of leaves dared to answer. His mind churned with the weight of command, the bitter taste of his own ambition choking him. He was a soldier, yes, hardened and decorated, but beneath his armor, the flesh quivered with uncertainty. The loyalty of his men clung to him like a shadow, begging for reassurance, but all he had was fear, creeping like ivy around his heart. And then there was Arminius, the very embodiment of the forest's wild spirit. He stood among his people, the Cherusei, his breath mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil and fallen leaves. A warrior forged in the crucible of Roman discipline, now turned against the empire that had once claimed him. What a tragedy, I think, that the very skills that had served him well, a brilliant tactician, a leader of men, now spiraled into something cruel and desperate. He felt the pull of two worlds, a tug-of-war between his past and his present. The ghosts of loyalty haunted him, whispering of brotherhood and betrayal. "They don't understand," he murmured, as if the forest would comprehend the tumult in his soul. "They think I am their enemy, but I am fighting for freedom." Yet every breath felt like a lie, a betrayal of his own heart. As night began to cloak the world in its inky embrace, the tension thickened, tangible enough to slice through. Varus felt it deep in his bones. The dread that gnawed at him was not just the impending fight but the gnawing loneliness of command. His lieutenants surrounded him, men whose faces bore the scars of countless battles. Yet tonight, they were but specters, their camaraderie overshadowed by a dread that had settled like the fog creeping through the trees. Each glance exchanged carried the weight of unspoken fears, the fingers of ghosts weaving through their thoughts. They had marched into this forest, believing they would crush any opposition. But as the winds howled through the branches, the cries of the past echoed back. The gods of war were watching, and their judgment was swift and merciless. And there it was, the crack of a twig, a heartbeat too loud in the silence. Varus's head snapped toward the sound, his heart racing, an electric jolt coursing through his veins. A flicker of movement, was it a shadow? A phantom of memory? Or had Arminius finally unleashed the storm? The tension swelled, a pent-up coil ready to snap. Varus clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of his soldiers behind him. They were tethered to him, their fates intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. "Stay sharp," he barked, but his voice was strained, fraying at the edges. Would they follow him into the maw of destruction, or would they sense the tremors of his doubt? Arminius stood poised, a warrior ready to ignite the flames of rebellion, his heart a furnace of conflicting emotions. He could feel the pulse of his ancestors in the soil beneath him, the cries of those who had fallen echoing in his ears. The weight of his decision pressed down like the armor he had once donned, a burden that felt both familiar and suffocating. He had rallied his people, promised them freedom, but now the doubts clawed at him. What if this battle was not just for their future but the end of everything they had ever fought for? "I must lead them," he breathed into the night, determination mixing with fear. "Or lose them all." The torchlight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to reach for him, taunting him with memories of a life once free, now tangled in conflict. The night deepened, and the air thickened with anticipation. As the stars blinked down through the canopy, they bore witness to the impending clash, the cosmic dance of fate unfolding below. Varus felt the soft thud of his soldiers' hearts matching his own, a pulse of unity even amid uncertainty. He steeled himself, the echoes of history swirling around him. Would he be remembered as a conqueror or a fool? There was no escaping the weight of that choice. And then, like the strike of lightning in a blackened sky, the first cries of battle erupted. The forest awoke, a cacophony of fury and chaos that tore through the silence. Arminius surged forward, the embodiment of his people's rage, the freedom fighter ignited by the flames of his ancestors. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of destruction that resonated deep within the earth, sending tremors through the very soul of the forest. Varus, caught in the storm he had unwittingly fed, felt the ground shift beneath him, the world collapsing into chaos. Each clash of swords, each cry of anguish reverberated through the trees, a haunting melody of sacrifice and despair. I remember the faces, haunted, fierce, terrified, as men became ghosts in the blink of an eye. The forest was a stage, and they were players in a brutal drama, their fates entwined like the intertwining roots below. In that moment, under the weight of history and destiny, the line between friend and foe blurred, and nothing could prepare either man for the tempest that would reshape their world. The haunting echoes of their choices would resonate through the ages, a testament to the fragility of loyalty and the weight of dreams. The battle was more than a clash of arms, it was a reckoning, a symphony of life and death where every heartbeat mattered. Where every breath taken was a prayer for survival amid the relentless tide of fate, and nothing would ever be the same again. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of sweat and blood, an unbearable weight that pressed on the soldiers like the iron of their helmets. The battlefield stretched before them, a desolate expanse painted in hues of desperation. Shouts of men echoed, piercing the fog of fear that clung to every corner of their minds. I was there, heart pounding, alive in the chaos, the world a blur of motion and sound. The ground trembled beneath their feet as if the earth itself was groaning in agony, an omen, a warning that all was not well. Marcus stood to my right, his armor clinking softly, a haunting rhythm that accompanied the symphony of war. His face was a mask of determination, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a flicker that burned like a dying ember. He had always been my anchor, steady and unwavering, yet today, I felt the tide shift. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, as if holding on could stave off the impending doom. I remember, he whispered, barely audible over the cacophony, the days when we thought ourselves invincible. How foolish we were. There was a bitter edge to his voice, a hint of regret that sliced through the haze of adrenaline. I wanted to tell him that it was okay, that everyone felt it, the creeping uncertainty that gnawed at the very edges of our resolve. The horizon darkened, shadows stretching long and sinister, whispering secrets only the earth could know. I saw Lucius, my childhood friend, anxiety etched into his features, a stark contrast to the bravado he usually wore like armor. His eyes darted, searching, always searching for something, or someone, to cling to in this swirling tempest. I could see it in the way he hesitated, the way he flinched at every distant clash of metal. "What if we don't make it out?" he asked, his voice trembling like the leaves in a storm. I wanted to laugh, to ease the tension, to remind him of the absurdity of our lives, a life spent in the shadow of glory, where victory was a dream we chased like fools. "You know," I quipped, "the last time we faced a challenge, we bathed once a year." So, romance was earthy. A weak chuckle escaped my lips, but the laughter died too quickly, swallowed by the encroaching dread. I could see the enemy now, a dark tide surging toward us, their battle cries a chilling anthem of death. Hearts raced not just with fear but with the kind of adrenaline that comes just before a leap into the abyss. The formation was faltering, a crack spreading like a spider's web through the very heart of our ranks. "Stay close," I urged, but the words felt hollow, like echoes in a cavernous void. As the first clash erupted, time itself seized, stretched thin, like the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The sound of metal meeting flesh, the guttural screams, the cries of agony, it wrapped around me, a cloak of horror. It felt wrong, a grotesque performance where we were all doomed actors. I could see Marcus lunge, sword raised high, the fierce determination masking the fear that thrummed in his veins. But for every enemy he cut down, two more surged forward, relentless, hungry for blood. "I remember," I murmured, almost to myself, memories flooding back unbidden. Laughter echoing across sunlit fields, the taste of sweet wine under a balmy sky, the stories of gods and glory shared by flickering campfires. Yet here I stood, drowning in a pool of violence, the sweet memories tainted by the bitter reality of war. "Fight!" Lucius shouted, his voice cracking under the strain. It was a command and a plea all at once. I could see the fear coursing through him, a palpable thing that seemed to ripple in the air. It was infectious, spreading with each clash of swords, each scream that echoed in the darkened landscape. I fought to keep the panic at bay, but it swelled like a tide, threatening to drown me. I swung my sword, the weight familiar yet foreign in my hands. Each strike a desperate attempt to reclaim the life I once knew, the life where laughter reigned, where sunlight painted our days. Yet, with every thrust, every battle cry, I felt more and more untethered. The die had been cast, and the turning point had arrived, a moment that would echo through the annals of time. Then it happened, a piercing scream that cut through the chaos like a blade through flesh. I turned, my heart racing, to find Marcus on his knees, blood spilling forth, a crimson flower blooming from his side. No! I screamed, the world narrowing to the raw, visceral pain of loss. Everything else faded, the battle around me reduced to a dull roar. He looked at me, his eyes wide, shimmering with unshed tears, a moment suspended in time. Remember, he gasped, choking on his own blood, the stars. The last word hung in the air, a haunting reminder of dreams unfulfilled, of nights spent under a vast, indifferent sky. In that instant, the world shattered, leaving nothing but sharp shards of memory and regret. I could feel Lucius at my side, his face stricken with horror, as if our very existence had been called into question. The enemy surged forward, their primal screams a jarring reminder that we were not the only ones fighting for survival. The formation broke, soldiers scattering like leaves caught in a tempest, and the ground beneath us trembled, not just from the weight of their footsteps but from the very foundations of our beliefs crumbling. It was all collapsing, the Roman formation, our hopes, our bonds. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that whispered our fate. I heard my own voice, raw and frantic, calling out, but it fell into the abyss, unheard amidst the chaos. I remember, each repetition a plea to the universe to hold on, to bring back the laughter, the sunlight, the stars. But the stars were fading, swallowed by the darkness, and I stood on the precipice, teetering between hope and despair. As the tide of battle surged, all that remained was the ghost of my friend, the echo of his laughter, and the promise of a dawn that might never come. The scream of the dying rang out, mingling with the silence of my heart, as the turning point unfolded, fractured, chaotic, beautiful, and terrifying. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of fear, a visceral reminder that life teetered on the edge of annihilation. Shadows twisted like phantoms through the ancient trees of the Teutoburg Forest, their gnarled branches clutching at the fading light, as if trying to hold back the encroaching darkness. I remember the silence, the kind that screams louder than 1,000 voices, punctuated only by the rustle of leaves, whispering secrets of doom. Arminius stood at the forefront, a warrior wrapped in the armor of two worlds, neither of which felt like home. The weight of betrayal hung heavily on his shoulders, a cloak woven from the threads of loyalty and treachery. He could hear the distant clanging of Roman armor, the rhythmic thud of boots marching toward oblivion. His heart raced, a wild drum echoing the chaos that threatened to engulf them all. They were not mere soldiers, they were brothers. Yet, in that moment, he stood between them and the specter of his past, the spirit of a childhood spent in the Roman world, now haunting him like a ghost. The faces of his comrades blurred before him, they were more than friends, they were family, lost souls who had fought alongside him, their laughter intertwining with his own dreams of glory. But glory is a fickle mistress, and as the shadows deepened, Arminius felt her betrayal cut deeper than any sword. Then there was Thusnelda, her spirit as fierce as the battle cries that echoed in the distance. She stood beside Arminius, a lightning bolt of defiance in her eyes, ready to face the storm. A warrior in her own right, she had borne the scars of conflict both physical and emotional, each one a testament to a life laden with grief and loss. Her heart ached for what was about to come, she could taste the bitterness of fate on her tongue. "You can't let them take you," she whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. "I won't let them take us." A vow, a promise, made in the shade of ancient trees, where every leaf whispered of battles fought and lives lost. They were intertwined in this fragile dance of existence, two souls bound by love and courage, teetering on the precipice of destruction. The sound of a horn shattered the silence, a deafening herald announcing the arrival of doom. Roman legions, marching like a tide, resolute and unforgiving, their banners flapping in the wind, each one a harbinger of death. The earth trembled beneath their feet, a warning of the chaos to erupt. Arminius grasped Thusnelda's hand, feeling the warmth of her skin, grounding him momentarily against the encroaching void. "Do you remember?" he asked, his voice coarse as gravel. "The stories they told us as children, the legends of gods and heroes." "I remember," she replied, her eyes flickering with memories. "I remember the tales of warriors who stood against impossible odds, of epic battles fought and won. But this is not a tale." The tension was a living thing, coiling around them. In that breathless moment, the forest itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The whisper of the wind carried the weight of uncertainty, a shivering promise that the world as they knew it would shatter, would splintering, men screaming, blood staining the earth. The first arrow flew, slicing through the air with lethal grace, a promise of violence fulfilled. Then chaos erupted. The world became a maelstrom of shouts and cries, the clash of steel ringing against the mournful cries of the trees. Arminius fought, every swing of his sword a desperate attempt to stave off the inevitable, every breath a prayer to the spirits of his ancestors. Thusnelda was fierce, her movements fluid and powerful, a tempest unleashed. She fought like a wildflower growing through cracks in stone, refusing to yield. But the battlefield was a cruel mistress, and the weight of despair bore down upon her like the very heavens collapsing. Each time she struck down an enemy, a piece of her soul felt lost, a sacrifice to the gods of war that demanded blood for glory. Around them, soldiers fell like autumn leaves, their cries echoing in the air, lost among the roars of battle and the screams of anguish. The horror was palpable, a living beast swallowing the light. The forest became a graveyard of dreams, each fallen warrior a testament to the futility of hope. I remember running. Not just from the enemy, but from the very essence of what they had become. Arminius felt it, in every fiber of his being, the gnawing realization that they had stepped into a trap, lured by the softness of promises that turned to ash in their mouths. Time became a slippery concept, seconds stretching into eternity as the sounds of battle enveloped him. He caught glimpses of Thusnelda, her fierce spirit illuminating the darkness even as shadows threatened to consume them. Their eyes locked, a moment of unspoken understanding, a bond forged in the fires of war, but fraying at the edges, as the cosmos danced above, indifferent to the carnage below. And as the last light faded, as the cries of the fallen faded into the ether, he realized, this was not just a battle for survival, it was an elegy for all that they had been, a requiem for lost dreams. The shadows deepened, the night closing in, but Arminius stood firm, his heart a tumultuous storm, fighting for a future that seemed like a distant echo. The forest, a silent witness, swallowed the screams, the agony, and the unyielding hope. In its depths, the stories of the fallen began to weave together, a tapestry of loss and love, of courage in the face of despair. And as the last breath was drawn, as the final flicker of life dimmed, the darkness embraced them, wrapping them in its cold, unyielding arms. Thusnelda's voice whispered in the void, a ghostly reminder, I won't let them take us. But the forest, ancient and eternal, knew that every story must find its ending, and yet somewhere, in the silence that followed, hope flickered, like a candle in a vast, unending night. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and loss, a bitter reminder of carnage that hung like a shroud over the aftermath. Shadows flickered in the early dawn light, dancing eerily across the blood-soaked ground as if the earth itself mourned. I stood there, heart pounding, entangled in a web of chaos and sorrow, the cries of the dying echoing in my ears like a haunting melody. I remember the moment when I saw him, Marcus, my brother, lying motionless among the fallen. His once bright eyes now dimmed, staring into an abyss that swallowed hope whole. The world around me ground to a halt, time was a cruel trickster. All the laughter we shared, the dreams spun in the safety of our childhood, were now mere whispers in the wind, lost to the hellscape of war. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. As the reality settled over me, he was gone. Get up, Marcus! You always were the stubborn one. I wanted to scream, but the words lodged in my throat, heavy like stones. All around us, the ground throbbed with the weight of memories, every boy who had ever run through the fields, every promise made under the light of a fading sun, now reduced to a graveyard of shattered dreams. Then there was Sarah, her hands trembling as she sifted through the debris of a life unrecognizable. Her face was a canvas of despair, painted with streaks of dirt and tears, each mark a testament to the horror she had witnessed. She was searching for her father, desperately hoping against the odds. I watched her, the agony in her heart a mirror reflecting my own. "Where are you, Papa?" she whispered, her voice cracking like fragile glass. It was a sound that pierced through the chaos, slicing through the air like a knife. I remember the first time I saw her laugh, light spilling from her like sunlight breaking through clouds. Now, that light was snuffed out, leaving only shadows to haunt her. I reached out to comfort her, but my touch felt like ice against her warmth. "He's gone, isn't he?" she asked, a statement wrapped in a question, a plea for affirmation. I wished I could tell her that ghosts didn't linger in the memories of the living, but I knew all too well that they did, haunting every corner of our minds. "Stay close," I murmured, my voice a trembling thread binding us in this dark hour. But the words felt hollow, echoing in the vast emptiness left by the fallen. Around us, the landscape bore the scars of conflict, broken swords, shattered shields, and the remnants of lives once vibrant, now reduced to echoes. In the distance, the sun rose slowly, a reluctant witness to our suffering. I could feel its warmth, but it was nothing compared to the chill in my bones, the bone-deep ache of loss that seeped into my very soul. How could the world continue when ours had crumbled? I remember the taste of ash on my tongue, the acrid smoke swirling in the air like a ghost of the battle that had raged hours before. Every heartbeat felt heavy, dragging me deeper into a pit of despair. I turned back to Marcus, the brother who had always shielded me from the world's darkness, now just a body in a sea of bodies. I wanted to scream, to shake him awake, but all that came out was a strangled sob, the world blurring into a watercolor of grief. Fight! I thought, fight for what is left. But the fight had left the battlefield, evaporating like the morning mist, leaving only remnants of fear. I locked eyes with Sarah again. There was a flicker of understanding shared between us, a silent acknowledgement of our shared pain. We were survivors, but what did survival mean in a world that felt so stolen? "Help me," she cried suddenly, springing into action, digging through the wreckage with a ferocity born of desperation. "He has to be here." Her fingers clawed at the earth, dirt flying, as I joined her, lost in the rhythm of our frantic search. Each moment stretched into eternity, the weight of our unspoken fears pressing down on us, smothering the flickers of hope. But hope was a fragile thing, a thin thread that could snap with the slightest jolt. I caught a glimmer from the corner of my eye, a glimpse of a familiar coat, torn and muddy. My breath hitched, a flutter of hope sparking amidst the wreckage. "Sarah," I breathed, the name a prayer on my lips as we rushed towards the shape. But the coat belonged to someone else, a stranger now. The realization crashed over me like a wave, pulling me under once more. I choked on my sorrow, gasping for air in a sea of despair, the weight of grief threatening to drown me. I remember the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate. A soldier approached, the remnant of battle etched into his face, an unspoken burden heavy on his shoulders. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice flat, devoid of warmth. "There's nothing left." "Nothing left." I echoed, the words tasting bitter. "You don't know that." I wanted to scream, to lash out, but instead, I felt small, shriveled by the enormity of loss. He turned away, leaving us to the remnants of our shattered lives, the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around my heart like a vice. "I will find him," Sarah insisted, her voice fierce, raw with pain. "He's still here, he has to be." I wanted to believe her, but the weight of despair pressed against my chest, suffocating. The world spun around us, a blur of grief and desperation. I felt the clock ticking in my chest, each second dragging us closer to a truth we feared to confront. But time, like the smoke rising from the ashes, was merciless. With each heartbeat, the memories of laughter, of childhood, of innocence faded like the light of the dying sun, swallowed by the encroaching shadows of reality. We were left to sift through the wreckage, haunted by the ghosts of those we loved, caught in a cycle of grief that felt unending. And in that moment, amidst the ruins of our world, I understood, this was the aftermath of battle. It wasn't just the loss, but the raw ache of survival, the struggle to breathe in a world turned cold. I turned to Sarah, the weight of our shared grief binding us, and though we stood in darkness, together, we remained defiantly human, holding on to the flickering flame of hope. "Together," I whispered, though fear clutched my heart, dagger sharp. The shadows loomed, but we would face them. We had to. The air is thick with smoke, the acrid scent clawing at the back of my throat, a choking reminder of what was lost, of what will never be reclaimed. Bodies lie scattered in the dirt, their once vibrant lives snuffed out like candles flickering in a storm. The battlefield is a tapestry of chaos, the ground trembles not with the earth beneath but with the weight of despair, a heavy blanket smothering hope. I stand amid it all, my heart pounding like a war drum, an echo of a life that was never meant to be this way. I remember Marcus. Brave, foolish Marcus, always the first to charge, his laughter ringing out like silver bells even in the face of impending doom. He was my younger brother, my life, my light. I can still hear his voice, teasing me about my endless debates with the old scholars, their dusty tomes filled with the wisdom of the ages that now seem as relevant as last year's harvest. "What is history if not the folly of men?" he'd ask with that crooked grin, eye sparkling with mischief. "Come on, brother. Let's make our own." But now? Now, I feel the weight of history pressing down on me, the ghosts of our ancestors whispering warnings that echo through the ages. The Roman legions fell not through the strength of their enemies, but through their own hubris, their eyes blinded by conquest, their hearts hardened by ambition. I remember the moment it shifted, the collective gasp of disbelief when the ground shook with the ferocity of an unseen threat. The betrayal, the realization that victory was not carved in stone but merely a fleeting illusion. In the distance, I catch a glimpse of Aurelia, her dark hair billowing like a storm cloud. She was not just a soldier, she was a flame of defiance, a spirit as untamed as the wild horses that roamed the plains. I remember the day she took my hand, her grip a lifeline amidst the chaos. "Together, we are unstoppable," she promised, her eyes fierce with conviction. But as I watch her now, covered in the grime of battle, a wild desperation flickering beneath her determined facade, I wonder if we ever were. "Look at what we've become," Aurelia shouts, her voice slicing through the din, raw and powerful. "Look at what our dreams have wrought." She gestures to the carnage around us, the dreams of glory turned to ash. I see the passion in her eyes, but there's something deeper lurking beneath, the haunting realization that not all battles are won on the field, that sometimes, the greatest defeat is in the soul. The bodies, once full of life and laughter, now lie still, devoid of hope. I can't shake the image of Marcus, his face twisted in pain, a reflection of the struggle that consumes us all. "I wasn't ready," I whisper, the words escaping me like a prayer, an invocation. "We weren't ready." In the silence that follows, I can almost hear the laughter of ghosts, mocking my grief as if to say, "This was your choice. This was your fate." The battle rages on, a cacophony of iron and flesh, the cries of the wounded mingling with the roars of the victors, if they can be called that. Each clash reverberates through the earth, a symphony of despair that gnaws at my core. I feel the air electric with tension, each heartbeat a countdown to something I cannot yet name. Aurelia catches my gaze, her eyes flickering with a mix of fear and determination. In that moment, we both know, defeat is not merely a loss, it is a lesson, a turning point that can either break us or forge us anew. "Stay close," I urge, my voice barely a whisper against the storm. "We need to move." But how can we? The ground is littered with the remnants of shattered dreams, and the shadows of our enemies loom over us like the specters of our own making. I can almost taste the fear in the air, metallic and bitter, seeping into the very marrow of our existence. We run, dodging the chaotic dance of death, our breaths ragged, hearts racing. I remember the stories of our forefathers, the great conquests, the glorious battles etched into the annals of history, sung about in taverns and whispered in reverence. But here, in this moment, I understand that history is not just a collection of triumphs, it is also a graveyard of failures, a testament to the fragility of human ambition. Each step we take feels like a betrayal of their legacy, the weight of thousands of years pressing down on our shoulders. Aurelia stumbles, and I reach out instinctively, pulling her close. "We can't stop," I urge, my voice fraught with urgency. But her eyes tell me a different story, a tale of exhaustion, of despair. I see the flicker of doubt creeping in, as if she can feel the crushing weight of defeat closing in around us. "What if this is it?" she breathes, her voice trembling like the leaves of a dying tree. "What if we're just destined to repeat their mistakes?" I want to tell her that we're stronger than that we can redefine our legacy, but the truth clings to my tongue like a bitter taste. The ghosts of the fallen watch us, their hollow eyes filled with unspoken truths. I remember Marcus's laugh, Aurelia's fire, and I suddenly feel the enormity of our struggle against not just our enemies, but against ourselves. We will rise, I say, though even I can hear the hesitation in my voice, like the weak chime of a distant bell. The shadows around us grow long, stretching out like the fingers of fate, beckoning us toward the edge of oblivion. There's a reckoning in the air, an understanding that victory can be as haunting as defeat. We are not just fighting for ourselves, I whisper to Aurelia, gripping her hand tightly. We are fighting for every soul lost today. We must remember them. And as we charge once more into the fray, I feel the pulse of history beneath my feet, an ancient heartbeat, slow and steady, whispering that this is not the end. It is a beginning cloaked in sorrow. We are not merely soldiers, we are the echoes of every dream that dared to defy the darkness. And as the night descends, wrapping the world in its cool embrace, I know, this moment may be our defeat, but it carries the weight of 1,000 rebirths. And as the stars flicker in the velvet sky, I brace myself for what comes next, knowing that the story is far from over. The stone walls trembled with a low, guttural growl, as if the very heartbeat of Rome had quickened in fear. Whispers swept through the Senate like a chill wind, carrying the scent of sweat and anxiety, and every eye darted to the shadowy corners where conspiracies lay thick as smoke. I remember the way the torches flickered, casting monstrous shapes, as though the ghosts of our ancestors leaned in, eager to witness the unfolding chaos. The air crackled with the kind of tension that could snap at any moment, as if reality itself was holding its breath. Julius, a senator with too many years and not enough wisdom etched into his brow, stood at the edge of the chamber. His hands trembled, fingers drumming a nervous beat against the marble. I could see the conflict churning in his chest, the pull of loyalty to his people battling against the heavy chains of his own ambition. He had always craved power, but now, with the threat of insurrection looming, the desire twisted into desperation. "We must act," he shouted, voice cracking like dry parchment. The echoes swallowed his words, and I felt their weight, heavy as lead. Across the room, Livia clutched the edge of the marble table, knuckles white and trembling. A woman in a man's world, she wore her intelligence like armor, but the fear gripped her heart like a vice. I remember the fire in her eyes, a fierce light that could ignite the entire Senate. "What do you propose, Julius?" she countered, voice steady but laced with a tremor that betrayed her. "To plunge us deeper into chaos? To betray our citizens? They're restless, hungry. You want to feed them dreams while they choke on despair." Her words cut through the tension, sharp as a dagger, and I felt the collective breath of the assembly hitch in unison. Outside, the citizens gathered, a mass of shifting shadows and simmering anger. The street was alive with their murmurs, a tide rising, hungry for change, for recognition. They were a sea of faces, some worn, others young, all marred by injustice and yearning for a glimmer of hope. I remember the way a child's hand gripped an adult's, small fingers entwined like a lifeline, the unspoken promise of protection and absurdity in a world that thrived on cruelty. The dark underbelly of Rome had always fed on the feeble, and the citizens were tired of being the prey. Then there was Cassius, a military leader who wore his scars like badges of honor, each one a testament to battles fought and lost. He paced like a caged lion, trapped between the loyalty to his soldiers and his duty to uphold the Senate's fragile authority. I watched him, torn between the thrill of power and the burden of responsibility. "We have men trained to fight, to protect this city," he bellowed, voice booming like a war drum. "But who do we protect if we turn against each other?" The question hung in the air, a ghost of uncertainty that echoed through the chamber, leaving all who heard it rattled. I looked around, and the tension nearly vibrated with a life of its own. The senators glanced at one another like wounded animals, desperate for a sign, a decision, anything that would absolve them from the weight of their choices. But there were no easy answers, only the heavy silence that blanketed the room, thick enough to suffocate. I felt the despair clawing at my throat, an insistent reminder that Rome was crumbling, that the very fabric of our society was being unraveled thread by thread. "Then let us march," Livia's voice rang out again, an unexpected steel cutting through the fog of indecision. "Let us show them that we stand united, not as tyrants but as leaders. If we hide behind these walls, we are nothing more than shadows, ghosts of a once great republic." Her eyes burned with a fierce light, and I could see the passion igniting her spirit, a fire that threatened to consume her. With every heartbeat, I felt that fire seep into my own veins, igniting a longing for justice, for strength. But fear is a potent enemy. I remembered the way the clock ticked in the silence, each second a countdown to catastrophe. And as the citizens roared outside, their chants rising like a storm, I felt it, too. The tide was turning, and with it, a reckoning was nigh. Julius's face paled, and I could see the realization dawning upon him, a cold sweat beading at his temples. The whispers of ambition faded, replaced with the echo of responsibility that pressed heavily upon his shoulders. Cassius caught Livia's gaze, and I felt the shift in the air, a fragile alliance being forged in the chaos. Then we marched together, he said, voice low but unyielding. But know this, if we fail, it will not just be our heads that roll, it will be the blood of our citizens staining the streets. The gravity of his words sent a shiver down my spine, a chilling reminder of the stakes at play. The clock struck an ominous hour, and dread seeped into the very bones of the Senate. Outside, the citizens surged, a tide of humanity clamoring for recognition, for change. Each chant was a heartbeat, each shout a pulse. I could almost see the walls shuddering under the weight of their cries, the heartbeat of a city on the brink. And just then, as the tension thickened, something shifted in the air. A silence, a terrifying stillness, settled over the Senate. The weight of 1,000 souls hung in the balance, a moment suspended in time, poised on the edge of a knife. I remember thinking that this was it, the moment where everything would change, where the shadows would either swallow us whole or where we would finally emerge into the light. Their breaths mingled with the dust of history, and I felt it, the pulse of Rome, beating wild and frantic, a crescendo of fear, hope, and desperation. And I realized then, as I stood in the eye of the storm, that the story of our city was far from over. The confrontation loomed, a spectre waiting to reveal its true form, and in the heart of the gathering darkness, we were all bound together, citizens, leaders, soldiers, each of us a part of this relentless, chaotic dance. And somewhere in that swirling maelstrom, amidst the echoes of ambition and the desperate cries of a longing city, I felt the stirrings of something profound. The beginning of a new chapter, one where the lines between right and wrong blurred in the heat of the moment, where the reactions in Rome would reshape the destiny of all who dared to dream of a better tomorrow. I remember the moment the sky cracked open, lightning slicing through the dark like a knife through flesh. The storm was a symphony of chaos, every drop of rain a note of impending doom as we huddled together in the shadows of the ancient stone ruins. The air was thick, heavy with sorrow and tales untold, reverberating with the whispers of those who had fallen before us. I felt the weight of their ghosts pressing down, their dreams echoing through the cold, damp air. A young woman, Ilara, stood beside me, her eyes wide and glistening like the waters of a forgotten lake. She was fierce, a tempest in her own right, with wild hair framing her face like a crown of thorns. "They say the gods curse the defeated," she murmured, her voice trembling, both with fear and fierce conviction. I caught a glimpse of her scars, not just on her skin but woven into the fabric of her being, each one a story of loss, betrayal, and haunting defeat. "Then we must become the legends," I whispered, almost to myself, but it rolled off my tongue like a promise. The thunder growled in agreement, and for a moment, I believed it. I believed we could channel our suffering into something powerful, something that would scare the shadows lurking around us. In the distance, a man, Soren, moved like a wraith through the torrential downpour, his thoughts a whirlpool of regret and longing. Once a soldier, now a broken man, he dragged the weight of his past behind him like a ball and chain. His hands, calloused and scarred, fisted at his sides, aching for the sword he had so recklessly wielded in battle. "You think the myths are born from victory," he scoffed, voice hoarse, every word a dagger of pain. "No, Ilara. They're born from defeat. From the ashes of what we've lost." Lightning lit up his face, revealing the hollows beneath his eyes, shadows of memories that haunted him. I saw the flicker of something deep within, a yearning for redemption, for a chance to rewrite his own narrative. The clock in my mind ticked louder, each second a reminder of our fragility, our desperation. "What if we make our own?" I challenged, knowing full well the danger of such words, the temptation to rise from the depths of despair. We stood at the precipice of fear and hope, the storm swirling around us like a tempest of emotions. Defeat wasn't just an event, it was a living creature that breathed and snarled, demanding its due. The tales of our ancestors whispered through the rain-soaked stones, tales of warriors turned specters, of families torn apart, of love lost in the cacophony of battle. They called to us, begging us to remember. I remember, Ilara's voice broke the silence, raw and aching. I remember my mother's lullabies, the way they filled our home with warmth, only to be snatched away when the soldiers came. I remember the flames consuming everything we loved. Her breath hitched, the weight of her memories palpable, a thick fog of grief. What's left? Only the stories. Then let's give them new stories, I urged, though my heart quaked beneath the weight of my own doubts. Let's weave our pain into a tapestry that others can cling to. Soren's eyes flickered with a spark, a flicker of belief igniting against the storm. The rain fell harder, drowning out the past, washing the ground beneath our feet, a cleansing, a rebirth, a chance to forge legends from loss. The echoes of our shared defeat would become the threads of our new narrative, each thread a heartbeat, each heartbeat a testament. We were alive, and that alone was a victory against the abyss. The shadows closed in, thick and suffocating, but together we turned our backs to the inevitable, refusing to succumb to the darkness. I could feel the tremors in my hands, the uncertainty coiling like a serpent in my gut. What if our legends don't resonate? I whispered, the question hanging in the air like the heavy scent of rain-soaked earth, a reminder of our mortality. Then we'll make them resonate, Soren countered, his voice steady, a lighthouse in the storm. Even if it's just for us. Even if it's just for one moment. There was fire in his gaze, and for the first time, I saw the warrior he once was, resilient, unyielding, ready to fight again, not with swords, but with stories that could pierce through the veil of despair. In that moment, as the storm raged around us, we became something more, collectors of lost dreams, keepers of the tales whispered by the winds. We would carry the weight of the defeated, transforming their sorrow into something fierce, something noble. It would be raw, it would be painful, but it would be real. I felt a swell of emotion rise within me, a tide of hope crashing against the jagged shores of despair. Let's honor them, I breathed, and with those words, I felt the air shift. The ghosts of our past stirred, their whispers mingling with the falling rain, growing louder, merging with our own voices, a cacophony of resilience. The storm began to ease, the shadows retreating, if only for a moment. We stood together, three souls entwined by fate, ready to birth legends from the ashes of defeat. The echoes of our pain were not shackles, they were wings. And as the last of the rain fell, I knew we were no longer bound by the terror of our pasts. We were the architects of our myths, the creators of our stories, ready to face whatever lay ahead. In the shadows, we became legends, intertwined with the very fabric of the universe, etched into the memories of those who would come after us. Time was a relentless river, and though the storm would eventually return, we knew we had forged something eternal in that fleeting moment, a testament to the power of defeat, a reminder that from the darkest depths, the most luminous myths are born. The night was still young, and our legends had only just begun. The forest is alive with whispers. Leaves rustle like secrets exchanged among shadows, the air heavy with anticipation. I stand at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding like the drums of war, surrounded by towering trees that loom like sentinels ready to strike. It's dusk, the sun sinking low, casting long fingers of light that flicker and fade like memories slipping away. I remember the sound of my name, Arminius, and the weight of it in my chest. Fear and pride, two sides of the same coin, spinning furiously in my gut. Do you fear the Romans, cousin? Flavus asks, his voice quivering like a bowstring drawn too tight. I can see it in his eyes, the uncertainty, the flickering flame of doubt threatening to extinguish. The Romans, those polished, ruthless conquerors with their iron discipline and cold, calculating gaze. They are a storm that has swept across our lands, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. I remember the fires, the cries of my people, the blood staining the earth like a macabre tapestry. No, I say, too loud, too fierce. I remember the taste of steel on my tongue, the thrill of battle coursing through my veins. I do not fear them. I will not bow. But even as I declare my defiance, I feel the tendrils of fear creeping in. Flavus's brow is furrowed, and I can't help but wonder if I have convinced him or merely fed my own bravado. The echoes of the past resonate within us, a time when our ancestors roamed freely, when the night was filled with laughter instead of death. The weight of that history presses down on me like a heavy cloak, suffocating yet comforting. I catch sight of Thusnelda, her fierce spirit a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness. She stands just beyond the clearing, her gaze piercing and unwavering. I remember the first time I saw her, fiery hair catching the sunlight, laughter spilling from her lips like a creek trickling over stones. She was a storm, a tempest, unyielding in her strength. My heart quickens, and I fight to contain the swell of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. She should be safe, but here we are, teetering on the precipice of chaos. The crack of a twig snaps me from my reverie, and the forest holds its breath. A chill fills the air, and I glance at Flavus, who takes a step back, eyes wide, heart racing. "What if they find us?" he whispers, eyes darting like a frightened rabbit. The reality of our situation crashes over me like a wave, threatening to drown me in despair. "They will find us," I say, each word a dagger. "But they will not take us without a fight." And then, in that moment, I remember every face I've lost, the children, the mothers, the warriors, each one a ghost haunting my resolve. The Romans do not see us as people, we are merely obstacles in their path to glory. I can't help but think of my father, his voice echoing in my mind, urging me to stand tall, to fight for our people. The weight of that legacy is a crown that feels too heavy, each heartbeat a reminder of the burden I carry. I look at Thusnelda, and the world falls silent. Her eyes reflect the fires of rebellion, there is a storm in her soul, a battle raging within her. "We cannot let them win," she says, her voice like steel. "You know what they will do to us if they succeed. They will turn our homes to ashes." The pain in her words resonates, strikes a chord deep within me. I nod, feeling the raw intensity of our shared fate. We are bound by blood and history, warriors in a world that seeks to erase us. I remember the laughter we once shared, the dreams we spun like silk in the night. Now they are fragile, like glass, teetering on the edge of destruction. A rustle in the underbrush sends adrenaline coursing through my veins. I take a step forward, muscles coiling like a predator ready to pounce. Flavus grips my arm, his fear palpable, but I shake him off. "We fight or we die," I say, and my voice rings with conviction that surprises even me. Suddenly, figures emerge from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, their intentions hidden beneath layers of secrecy. The air crackles with tension, the atmosphere thick and electric. I can see their eyes gleaming in the fading light, hungry, relentless. The Romans have come, and in their gaze, I see the echoes of my ancestors, fierce, proud, unyielding. "Step aside, Arminius," a voice booms, and I recognize it instantly, Varus, the Roman commander, his arrogance clashing with the gravity of the moment. He is a specter from my past, and as he approaches, I remember the cold steel of his sword pressed against my throat. You cannot win against the might of Rome. His presence is a dark cloud, suffocating and oppressive. But within me, something stirs. The anger rises like a tide, crashing against the barriers of my doubt. I look at Thusnelda, her eyes aflame with the spirit of our ancestors, and I know I cannot falter. I cannot let fear dictate our fate. I will not step aside, I growl, channeling the fury of my people, the ghosts of the fallen rising behind me like a phalanx of warriors. I will fight for every soul you seek to extinguish. The air thickens, a palpable tension swirling around us like a tempest. The night deepens, shadows stretching and twisting as if alive. In that moment, time feels suspended, the heartbeat of the earth echoing beneath our feet, a reminder that we are all part of something greater, something eternal. This is our stand, a moment woven into the fabric of history, a spark that will ignite the flames of rebellion. I know, as I stand before Varus, that this is just the beginning. The rise of a hero is not a straight path but a jagged cliff, perilous and steep. And as the forest holds its breath, I feel the weight of the future pressing down, the flicker of hope igniting in the darkness. With a surge of courage, I ready myself for the fight. I remember why I stand here, not just for myself but for everyone who has ever dared to dream of freedom. I will not falter. I will not break. The Romans may come, but we will rise. In the shadows of history, a hero is born. The sun hung low, a fiery orb bleeding its last light over the blood-soaked soil of the battlefield. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sweat and iron, mingling with the low, mournful cries of men. Marcus felt it in his bones, a tremor of fear mixed with a resolve that clawed at his throat. A grim reminder of duty. He gripped the hilt of his sword, unyielding against the chaos around him, but inside, a tempest raged. His heart raced, each beat echoing like the war drums of a doomed army. They were outnumbered. They had been for weeks. Victory, he whispered to the fading light, each syllable a desperate prayer. Beside him, Gaius stumbled, blood pooling beneath his armor, eyes wide with disbelief. This isn't right, Marcus. We can't win. The words hung heavy in the air, a dark prophecy. But Gaius had always been the doubter, the one who blinked under pressure while Marcus held the line. A flicker of anger ignited within him. We'll show them. We are Rome, he shouted, his voice cutting through the fog of despair. It was a half-formed truth, a desperate attempt to stitch together the tattered remnants of their resolve. Father, brother, soldier, every role crushed beneath the weight of impending doom. In the frenzy, Marcus saw the flicker of fear in Gaius' eyes, a mirror reflecting his own. They were brothers in arms, yet each bore a solitary burden, the burden of survival. Each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes, each breath a prayer to a silent God that had long forsaken them. The enemy surged forward, a dark tide of armored men with faces like stone and hearts as cold as the steel they carried. The clang of swords echoed like thunder, and Marcus charged, propelled by the primal instinct to survive, to protect his home, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He lunged, steel meeting steel, the jarring impact vibrating through his arm, pain blooming like a flower of fire. But even as he fought, shadows twisted in his mind. He remembered a time before the war, laughter echoing in the plazas of Rome, sunlight dancing on cobblestones. He could almost taste the wine, sweet and rich on his tongue, the joy untainted by the knowledge that life could shatter like glass. I remember, he murmured, a mantra against the chaos, I remember the festivals. But those memories felt like ghosts, slipping between his fingers, taunting him with their unattainable brightness. Then there was Livia, the woman who haunted his dreams, a flickering candle in the darkness. He could see her face, a constellation of hope and warmth, her laughter a melody that lingered in the corners of his shattered heart. Caught in the maelstrom of battle, he wondered if she would forgive him for the blood on his hands. Would she understand that this war wasn't just about territory but about the very essence of who they were as Romans? The thought sliced through him, sharper than any blade. Amidst the chaos, Gaius fell, a brutal collision with fate that sent a shockwave through Marcus, grounding him in the horror of the moment. No! It was a raw scream, a guttural sound that tore from his throat, echoing across the battlefield like a death knell. Gaius' eyes, once filled with doubt, now shone with a quiet acceptance, as if he finally understood the futility of their struggle. Time slowed, stretching into an unbearable eternity. Marcus felt the world tilt, the ground shifting beneath him. The battle around him faded into a distant blur. He knelt, cradling Gaius' head in his lap, the warmth of life slipping away. Stay with me, he begged, but Gaius' lips trembled with a final, haunting smile. A ghostly whisper brushed against Marcus' ear, you must live for both of us. And in that moment, a dark fury ignited within Marcus, a primal urge to rise from this pit of despair. He was more than a soldier, he was the embodiment of a legacy that stretched back to the dawn of Rome itself. They had reformed their armies, adapted their strategies, they were a reflection of the city's resilience, a phoenix rising from the ashes. He could not let Gaius down. Not now. With a roar that shook the heavens, Marcus surged to his feet, the weight of Gaius' sacrifice fueling his resolve. For Rome, he screamed, and with the ferocity of a lion, he charged, embodying the very spirit of the empire that had shaped him. Each swing of his sword became an act of defiance, a testament to the spirits of those who had fallen before him, a promise to carry their memories into the fray. The tide began to shift, not through sheer numbers but through the unyielding will of a man who had tasted loss and refused to bow. The battlefield became a chiaroscuro swirl of darkness and light, a living tapestry woven with the threads of pain and hope. Marcus fought not just for survival but for every soul that had dared to dream of a future beyond the brutality of war. But as the clamor of combat intensified, shadows loomed larger, and doubt slipped in, gnawing at his resolve. What if they were right? What if this was not the glory he had envisioned, but merely a fading echo of a once great empire? The thought coiled around his heart, squeezing tighter with every thrust of his blade. Then he saw her, Livia, standing at the edge of the battlefield, a spectre of hope amidst the chaos. Her presence cut through his darkness like a beacon, illuminating paths once obscured by despair. She was the embodiment of everything worth fighting for, and in that heartbeat, surrounded by death, he found a flicker of purpose. "I will return to you," he whispered, a vow to the universe, a promise to the stars that had witnessed countless battles. And so, with the weight of his losses and the flickering glimmer of love entwined in his heart, he thrust forward into the fray, a driven force in a world teetering on the brink. Each clash of metal sang a song of defiance, each fallen comrade a reminder of the cost of ambition. But in that moment, as the shadows danced and the clangor rose, Marcus was no longer just a soldier, he was the heart of Rome itself, a heart that beat on, undeterred by the darkness rising around it. The night was thick with dread, a visceral tension crackling in the air like the distant rumble of thunder. In the heart of the sprawling Roman camp, shadows danced beneath flickering torches, weaving tales of ambition and betrayal. I stood there, breathless, eyes wide, caught between fear and fierce loyalty, torn like parchment in a storm. It felt like standing on the precipice of a cliff, the world beneath crumbling away into an abyss of uncertainty. The forces of Rome and Germania loomed like titans in a deadly embrace, and I was but a whisper in this cacophony of history. Marcus, a centurion with scars etched deep on his soul, paced like a caged animal. His brow was furrowed, every sinew in his body taut with a mix of rage and desperation. "You don't understand, Alaric," he spat, voice shaking with the weight of unshed tears. "This isn't just about territory or pride. It's about survival, our survival." His hands clenched into fists, muscles rippling beneath the leather armor, a warrior caught in the throes of impending doom. I could see it in his eyes, the haunting memories of battles lost. Each flash of pain was a reminder of brothers fallen, dreams shattered, kingdoms lost. The ghosts of war hovered around him, and I felt their icy breath on my neck. Alaric, the Germanic chieftain, stood opposite him, defiance burning in his fierce gaze. He was tall, the kind of imposing figure that could command the very winds to bend to his will. His hair flowed like a dark river, wild and untamed, much like the heart he wore on his sleeve. "Survival," he echoed, voice smooth yet laced with venom. "Or is it conquest you crave? You Romans think you can take everything, our lands, our people, leave us with nothing but ashes and echoes." The bitterness hung heavy between them, a thick fog of resentment, history carved into the very marrow of their bones. Each word was a knife, cutting deeper into a wound that refused to heal. And me? I was the observer, the silent witness to this dance of fury, heart pounding in my chest as if trying to escape. I could feel the weight of their unresolved conflicts pressing down, a suffocating blanket of despair. It was always about more than power, wasn't it? It was about identity, legacy, and the eternal human struggle to belong, to matter. "You cannot keep tearing at each other like this," I pleaded, voice cracking under the strain of my own convictions. "What do you hope to gain in this madness? Blood drenched in blood." Yet my words fell like stones into a bottomless well. They didn't hear me. They were lost in their own spirals of rage and sorrow, each man wrestling with his own demons, trapped in a loop of ancestral memories that tangled them deeper into this cycle of violence. The air around us crackled with potential, an electric tension that felt like the moment before a storm. I remember the night sky, heavy with stars like distant dreams, so vast, so indifferent. It mocked us. Below it, the world was a mess of ambition and fear, of dreams clawing against despair. "You want peace?" Marcus said through gritted teeth, eyes flashing with a desperate hope that teetered on the edge of disbelief. "Then lay down your arms. Show us you want something more than blood. Show us," his voice broke, raw with the weight of his longing. He was not just a soldier, he was a man who dreamt of a world painted in colors beyond the grim browns and reds of war. But Alaric's face hardened, shadows crossing his features like fleeting wisps of smoke. "Trust is a currency we cannot afford," he thundered, and the words echoed like a death knell. "You think you can waltz into our lives, dictate terms, and expect us to bow? You speak of peace, but there's no peace without understanding. And you Romans don't understand, how could you? You see only what you want to see." The vulnerability beneath his bravado scared me, a clock ticking down to an inevitable explosion, the moment when the dam would break. With every heartbeat, the tension thickened, spiraling into a tempest. I could see it all unfurling, the years of conflict, the blood-soaked ground that had become their only common language. It was a tapestry woven of suffering and loss, where each thread whispered stories of families torn apart, of laughter silenced by the clash of steel. I remember Alaric's eyes, glistening like dark pools of uncried tears as he turned away, retreating into the shadows, a king banished from his throne. He did not just carry the weight of his own people's suffering, but the betrayal of a lineage that had always been at war. And Marcus? He stood bewildered, fists trembling at his sides, the realization that their dreams of glory were just specters haunting this battlefield of flesh and blood. What haunted me most was the silence that enveloped them both, an eerie hush that spoke louder than any clash of swords. In that silence, I found the echo of a future unscripted, the ghost of what could be, a fragile thread of hope amidst the chaos. Perhaps there was a way to navigate this labyrinth of enmity, if only the hearts of men could be pried open like stubborn doors. But the night wore on, and I felt the chill of inevitability creep into my bones. This was a moment suspended in time, pregnant with possibility yet marred by the scars of history. No one spoke. The weight of reality hung heavy, thick as fog, blurring the lines of what was and what could be. I felt it in my chest, a deep ache, an understanding that these men were not just warriors, they were souls searching for a sign. And as dawn loomed on the horizon, a fragile light began to snake its way through the oppressive darkness. But would it be enough? Would it break the cycle that chained them? Or would it merely expose the wounds, raw and bleeding, begging for resolution? The answers lingered just out of reach, haunting and elusive. I stood there, caught in the liminal space between despair and hope, wondering if the chains of the past could ever be broken, or if we were all destined to bear the weight of our ancestors' sins. And in that moment, as the first rays of light pierced the night, I knew the story was far from over. It spiraled onward, into an uncertain morrow, where the echoes of Roman-German relations would resonate with the weight of decisions yet to be made, futures yet to be shaped. The haunting silence still loomed, but now, perhaps, it bore a flicker of possibility, a chance for redemption amidst the chaos of war. And I could only watch, breathless, heart racing in rhythm with the unfolding drama of humanity. The air was thick with tension, a taut string pulled to the brink of snapping. Shadows danced between gnarled trees, their twisted limbs reaching out like skeletal fingers in the fading twilight. A low rustle echoed, the whispering leaves betraying the stillness, hinting at the gathering storm. I stood there, heart pounding, sweat mingling with dirt on my brow, waiting for the inevitable chaos to erupt. This was the Teutoburg Forest, a place where nightmares took root, where history had turned a once proud legion into ghosts. Marcus stood beside me, his eyes wide with the same fear that gripped my own heart. Two hearts, two souls tangled in the web of this haunted history. He was a soldier, yet in moments like this, he was merely a boy, lost, vulnerable, grappling with the shadows of his own doubts. "What if we fail?" he breathed, the weight of unspoken thoughts heavy in his voice. I could hear the quiver, the tremor that echoed the uncertainty within. "What if the forest swallows us whole?" "Then we become part of the tale," I replied, the smile on my lips faltering, half-hearted. My own bravado felt like a flimsy shield against the truth lurking in the depths of those ancient trees. I remembered the stories, the massacre, the blood spilled on the forest floor, the cries of men and the silence that followed. The ghosts of Varus legions lingered here, their spirits entwined with the roots, still yearning for vengeance or perhaps redemption. Then there was Gaius, commanding, always 2 steps ahead, yet forever tethered to the burdens of command. He gripped his sword tightly, knuckles white under the weight of expectation. "We will make them remember," he said, voice booming. We'll show them Rome is not just a memory. We are the storm on the horizon. But I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt behind the bravado, the fear of being swallowed by the same fate that had consumed so many before him. The forest was alive, the air thick with anticipation. Each moment stretched into an eternity, a heartbeat echoing in the silence, the promise of confrontation looming just beyond the next thicket. I remembered my mother's voice, low and soothing, reminding me that fear was just a shadow, a phantom that could be chased away with light. Yet here, in the heart of the Teutoburg, shadows thrived, wrapping around every breath, every thought. I could hear the distant sound of drums, a rhythmic thump that mimicked my own heart, a call to arms echoing through the trees. It was a sound that sent chills down my spine, a reminder that we were not alone. The air crackled with the electric energy of warriors waiting for the sun to dip below the horizon, for darkness to shroud us in its cloak. "Look," Marcus whispered, pointing towards a flicker in the underbrush. The shadows shifted and danced, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck rise. There was something out there, something waiting, watching. I felt the pull of history, the weight of every soldier's sacrifice seeping into my bones. The sun slipped lower, casting ghostly shapes in the twilight, and suddenly, an arrow whistled past my ear, a grim reminder of the violence that lay just beyond the trees. My heart raced, an instinct kicked in. "To arms!" I shouted, though my voice sounded foreign, echoing against the encroaching darkness. Chaos erupted as we lunged into the fray, adrenaline coursing through our veins. Every clash of metal was a heartbeat, every scream a reminder of what could be lost. I saw Gaius, charging ahead, embodying the storm he so fiercely proclaimed. Marcus fought beside me, his hands trembling, yet he pushed forward, spurred by a resolve that burned bright. But amidst the chaos, shadows loomed larger. I caught glimpses of our enemies, fierce and relentless, eyes glinting with a feral hunger. It was a primal struggle, an unholy dance of life and death played out against the backdrop of the forest. The trees absorbed our cries, their gnarled forms witnesses to our plight, to the tragedy unraveling within their depths. And then, in the heart of battle, I saw him, Gaius, locked in combat, his determination unwavering yet faltering under the sheer weight of the moment. He was fighting not just for Rome but for the very essence of his being, for the honor he believed would redeem his legacy. The desperation etched in his face spoke to me. He was a man on the edge, dancing on the razor-thin line between glory and oblivion. I felt the sting of an arrow graze my arm, a sharp reminder of my mortality. I stumbled, the ground beneath me shifting like the very fabric of time. In that fleeting moment, I remembered home, the smell of fresh bread, the laughter of children, the warmth of sun on my skin. What had I sacrificed? What more would be claimed before this night was over? The fight raged on, and I could see Marcus faltering, the weight of fear anchoring him down. "Fight! Don't let the forest claim you!" I screamed, desperation lacing my words. I remembered that promise I had made to myself, to keep moving, to keep fighting against the tide. Yet the forest was merciless. It consumed us piece by piece, whispering ancient tales of despair and loss. Each warrior fell like leaves from a dying tree, crumbling into the earth, their stories snuffed out like candles in a storm. The weight of it all pressed down upon me, suffocating in its intensity. And then, amidst this maelstrom of chaos, I saw Gaius fall, his body crumpling to the ground like a broken branch. The sight pierced my heart, a dagger that twisted painfully in my chest. I was losing him, and with him, the last flicker of hope in this endless night. "Gaius!" The scream tore from my throat, raw and primal. I lunged towards him, but the forest seemed to conspire against me, roots snagging at my feet, dragging me back into the chaos. I fought against it, my heart a furious drum, each beat echoing with the weight of despair. In that moment, I understood, it wasn't just about the battle, it was about life itself, the fragility of existence, the ghosts we carried within us. The Teutoburg was more than just a forest, it was a living memory, a testament to every struggle, every sacrifice. As I fought through the shadows, I felt their presence, a chorus of voices urging me forward, binding me to this moment, this struggle, where fear and hope intertwined like lovers lost in a dance. And still, the forest stood, silent and watchful, as the night deepened around us, a witness to our pain, a keeper of our stories, waiting to tell them to the stars. The moon hung low, an unblinking eye casting its pale light on the blood-soaked earth, where the screams of the fallen mingled with the cold wind. I stood there, heart pounding, the scent of iron sharp in my nostrils, a visceral reminder of what had happened, what was still happening. The shadows danced, and in them, I could see the faces, the ones I loved, the ones I lost. I remembered their laughter, their dreams, now silenced by the cacophony of chaos that surrounded me. "Lena, stay close!" I shouted, my voice barely cutting through the din. She was my sister, a fierce spirit wrapped in fragile flesh, her eyes wide with terror. I could see the flicker of doubt in her gaze, the fight in her spirit waning. "We can't get separated." But even as I spoke, an overwhelming wave of dread washed over me. This battle was more than just a clash of swords, it was a tempest that would shape our identity, a wound from which our nation would bleed for generations to come. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, a deep and unsettling truth. "Why are we here?" she whispered, trembling, her voice a fragile thread in the storm. "What does it matter? We're just pawns." "Pawns?" I repeated, clenching my fists until my nails bit into my palms. "We are more than that. This is for our future." But even as I said it, a gnawing doubt crept into my heart. How could I promise her a future when our present was drenched in despair? Across the field, the silhouettes of soldiers clashed in a grotesque ballet, the rhythm of war pounding like a relentless drum. Each strike of metal against metal echoed like a funeral bell, a premonition of what lay ahead. In that chaos, I spotted Karl, my closest friend, caught in the thrall of battle, his face a portrait of fierce determination and blind hope. But a moment later, the world spun, and I lost him in the throng, the very air vibrating with desperation. I remember the day we laughed in the sun, sharing dreams that felt as vast as the sky. "We'll change the world," he had said, eyes sparkling with ambition. Now, the world was changing him, turning him into a mere shadow, a ghost in the making. I could still hear his voice, calling me in the dark, even as the blood of our brothers soaked the ground beneath our feet. "Do you remember the stories our father told?" I shouted to Lena, trying to pull her back from the edge of despair. "Of heroes and legends? Of battles fought for honor? Heroes?" She scoffed, her voice trembling like autumn leaves in the wind. "What honor is there in this? We're nothing but fodder." But how could I let her fall? "Lena, listen to me. He believes in us. This battle will forge our identity. It will shape Germany's legacy. It's not just bloodshed, it's about hope." As I said those words, a shiver raced down my spine. Hope felt like a distant memory, a flickering candle in the tempest of darkness. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, the expectations of a nation resting on our shoulders. But could we carry it? And then Karl was there, charging through the fray, his sword raised high, a beacon of light amidst the swirling shadows. But in that moment, time slowed, and I saw it, the flash of steel, the glimmer of fate. A figure emerged from the chaos, a grim spectre, and it struck. The sound of metal cutting flesh pierced through the clamor, a bone-chilling harmony of brutality. Karl staggered, his face contorting in shock, pain painting his features in shades of despair. I felt my heart drop into an abyss, a gaping chasm of hopelessness opening beneath me. "No!" I screamed, shoving through the mass of bodies, each one a reminder of what we were fighting for. I could see his blood mingling with the earth, becoming one with the soil that held our dreams. The world fell silent around me, each heartbeat a reminder of his struggle, each breath a prayer for survival. "Lena!" I cried, but the sound was lost, swallowed by the night that had fallen over us, plunging us into a darkness deeper than the battlefield. "Get away," she shouted, her eyes wide with fear and a flicker of something stronger, resolve. She pushed me back, a fragile wall against the onslaught. "You can't save him. You can't save anyone. We're trapped in this nightmare." But I couldn't let go. I ran forward, reckless, desperate, the echoes of Karl's laughter still ringing in my ears. the weight of the world pressed down, but in that weight, I found a flicker of strength. I tore through the chaos, the clash of swords and cries of anguish melding into a haunting symphony. I fought not just for survival, not just to shield my sister, but for every dream that lay shattered on the battlefield. I reached him, my hands trembling as I tried to lift him, to carry him away from the abyss, but the shadows were closing in. "Stay with me, Carl. Stay with me," I begged, my voice breaking under the weight of sorrow and urgency. But he was fading, his eyes glassy, the light dimming like the last embers of a dying fire. You have to remember," he gasped, each word a tremor of life slipping away. "Don't let this be for nothing." His spirit flickered, and I felt my heart splinter. The battle raged on, but in that moment, amid the chaos and the cries, it was just us, 3 souls intertwined in a dance of destiny, a forgotten legacy being forged in the furnace of pain and loss. With every ounce of strength, I cradled his head in my hands, whispering promises into the night. The moon bore witness, a silent guardian as I held on to the remnants of hope. And there, in the heart of darkness, we began to understand the battle was not just ours, it was for Germany, for its identity, bleeding into the very soil we stood upon, a legacy forged in blood and fire. And as the world fell apart, we knew this was only the beginning. The echoes of our pain would resonate through time, carving a new reality from the ashes of despair, forever shaping who we were destined to become. A gust of wind swept through the empty halls, its icy fingers tracing the worn stone walls, whispering secrets of a past that clung to the air like the scent of damp earth after a storm. I stood there, caught in the throbbing silence, a heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. Shadows danced just beyond the flickering torchlight, ancient echoes slipping through the cracks of time, beckoning me closer to the edge of memory. It was then that I saw them, the 2 figures, their faces twisted in the agony of not just history, but interpretation. Each breath they took sent ripples through the air, charged with the weight of their own struggles, their own fears. They were warriors of words, battling the phantoms of long-dead scribes, wrestling with the ghosts of their own convictions. There was Marcus, with his furrowed brow and restless eyes, a scholar trapped in the labyrinth of his own thoughts. He wore history like a shroud, heavy and suffocating, and as he paced the stone floor, the flickering light caught the weariness etched in the lines of his face. "I remember," he murmured, almost to himself, "the first time I held a scroll in my hands. The ink felt alive, can you feel it? The pulse of 1,000 lives woven into a single word? But what if those words were lies? What if the ancients were but shadows, their truths tainted by their own desires?" His words hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I could almost see the ghosts swirling around him, remnants of ancient historians, their eyes glinting with malice, daring him to challenge their narratives. Then there was Elara, bright-eyed yet burdened, the fire of her spirit dulled by the weight of expectation. A modern scholar, she stood at a crossroads, wrestling with the ideals imposed upon her by the present, yet yearning to break free. "I remember," she said, voice trembling with passion, the thrill of discovery, finding a scrap of parchment that whispered the truth of a lost civilization. But what does it mean if we interpret it through a lens that distorts? What if my understanding is just as flawed as theirs? The air crackled with tension, the pulse of history thrumming beneath our feet. I felt their fears clawing at my chest, their doubts seeping into my bones. Together, they wrestled with the chasm that separated ancient accounts from modern interpretations. The past, so vibrant yet so elusive, shimmered just out of reach, a mirage of understanding, forever taunting them. A clock chimed in the distance, its echo reverberating like a heartbeat. Each chime resonated with the weight of time, reminding us of the inexorable march of history. The shadows thickened, creeping closer, as if the very fabric of the past was alive, watching, waiting. "Look at us," Marcus said, voice rising with urgency. "We're fighting a battle that has no victor. Each interpretation is just another layer of dust on a history that was never ours to begin with." I could see Elara's eyes flash with anger, that fierce flame momentarily igniting her spirit. "But it is ours. We are the ones who breathe life into these accounts, who sift through the ashes to find the embers of truth. What they wrote may be flawed, but it's our duty to breathe meaning into their words, to give them weight in our world." Their voices rose, echoing through the halls like a storm brewing, the tension palpable as the shadows gathered, swirling around them. It was as if the very ghosts of history were leaning in, eager to witness the clash of conviction. Each word became a weapon, each phrase sharpened with emotion, cutting deeper into their souls. And then, in a moment of raw vulnerability, Marcus turned to Ilara, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. But what if we're wrong? What if we're just chasing echoes, ghosts of a past that never truly existed? What if our interpretations twist their truths into something unrecognizable? The silence that followed was deafening, thick with unspoken fears and doubts. The shadows flickered, and for a moment, I felt the weight of centuries pressing down on us, each whispering a different account, each demanding to be heard. Time hung suspended, a fragile thread connecting us to those who came before, and I could feel the pulse of their struggles coursing through my veins. In that charged atmosphere, the confrontation escalated, a tempest of emotion swirling around us. Ilara, her voice now a sharpened blade, pierced through the gloom. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it's not about finding the absolute truth, but about the pursuit itself. Each flawed account is a piece of the puzzle that shapes our understanding, our humanity. If we drown in despair over inaccuracies, we lose the very essence of what history is meant to teach us. The shadows seemed to writhe in response, as if acknowledging the truth in her words. I could feel the air thickening, charged with electricity, a profound revelation pulsating beneath the surface. The clock chimed again, a reminder that each heartbeat echoes through time, a pulse that connects us all. I remember, I whispered into the depths of the silence, as if affirming my own existence in this swirling maelstrom of thought. I remember the stories that shape us, the ones we cling to in the dark. They mold our fears, our joys, they are the bones of our very being. And perhaps, in this tangled web of history, we find not just the ghosts of the past, but the seeds of our own identities. And as I spoke, the shadows drew closer still, the weight of our realization hanging heavy in the air. The echoes of ancient accounts and modern interpretations intertwined, a dance of light and dark that would never truly find resolution. Time, like a relentless tide, surged forward, pulling us deeper into the whirlpool of our own making. Each heartbeat reverberated through the cavernous halls, a reminder that our stories, flawed, incomplete, were the threads that wove us together, binding us to the past, the present, and whatever future lay ahead. In that moment, I felt the urgency of history pressing against my chest, the call to remember, to question, to embrace the chaos that lingered in the shadows. And as they faced each other, the shimmering specters of their doubts and hopes swirling around them, I knew this was only the beginning. The battle for understanding, for truth, raged on, an eternal struggle etched into the very fabric of existence. The silence was deafening, wrapped around us like a thick fog, clinging to the skin. I stood there, heart pounding, the echo of distant thunder rumbling in the depths of my chest. The earth beneath my feet felt alive, quivering with a history that was palpable, a raw wound barely healed. Every breath tasted of ancient soil, of iron and dust, a ghostly reminder of lives long extinguished. I remember the chill in the air, a premonition of what was to come, a whispered warning that something profound awaited us in the shadow of the hills. Beside me, Sarah was shaking, the light of her lantern flickering like the last desperate heartbeat of a dying star. "Do you think they knew?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread woven between fear and curiosity. It hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken histories, begging to be answered. I turned to her, and in her wide eyes, I saw the ghosts of 100 soldiers, their screams echoing through time. "Knew what?" I asked, though I already understood. They knew they were fighting for a cause, for their families, perhaps even for glory, but they could never have fathomed the finality of their fate. And then there was David, pacing like a restless spirit, the worn leather of his boots crunching against the gravel. The man had an obsession with the past, a passion that bordered on madness. "It's all here," he shouted, thrusting his hand toward the battlefield, as if trying to grasp the very essence of an era. His eyes sparkled with an intensity that was both inspiring and terrifying. "Every inch of this soil tells a story." I could see it in his eyes, that convoluted mix of obsession and desperation. His flaws were palpable. He was a man seeking validation from a forgotten past, willing to sacrifice everything for a mere glimpse of truth. As I followed the uneven trail, my mind drifted to the countless battles that had raged in this very place, the cries of the fallen woven into the fabric of the earth. I could almost hear them, whispers of valor, of fear, of desperate prayers cast into the wind. The blood of heroes runs deep, I murmured to myself, a reminder that history isn't just dates and events, it's flesh and bone, heart and soul, bound by the relentless march of time. We stood in a clearing where the trees receded, revealing the scars of war etched into the landscape. Darkened patches in the grass, a mosaic of fate and folly, seemed to pulse beneath our feet. I knelt, fingertips brushing against the ground, feeling the tremors of histories buried too deep to unearth. Each clump of earth, each fragment of bone was a testament to lives once lived, to dreams swallowed by the insatiable maw of conflict. "Look!" David shouted suddenly, breaking the spell of silence. He had stumbled upon a rusted piece of armor, half buried, as if trying to escape the clutches of time. The sheen of metal caught the glow of Sarah's lantern, casting eerie shadows that danced wildly like the spirits of the forgotten. "This is it. This is proof. We can finally tell their story." His excitement was infectious, but there was a darkness lurking in his fervor, a desperation that pulled at the edges of his sanity. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. What if they don't want their story told? I whispered, the thought pressing down like the weight of 1,000 stones. The gentle breeze turned cold, pushing against us, as if nature itself was warning us to tread carefully. We were trespassers, shuffling through the graves of ghosts who may not wish to be disturbed, their tails tangled in the shadows. Sarah's eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and fear. "But we owe it to them, right? To remember." She looked at me, as though seeking reassurance. I wanted to tell her that remembrance was a double-edged sword, that sometimes, the past is better left undisturbed. But how could I? The yearning for connection, for understanding, choked the words in my throat. We were all flawed, haunted by our need for meaning in a world so often devoid of it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield transformed, shadows elongated and twisted, as if the spirits of the lost were rising to reclaim their stories. I felt a knot tightening in my chest, a hollowness that echoed the void left by those who had fought and fallen. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, terrified to disturb the growing tension. The air thickened with anguish, a cacophony of cries swirling in the dusk, a haunting symphony of remembrance. With each passing moment, the ground seemed to shift beneath us, the very fabric of time intertwining with our reality. I could feel an overwhelming sense of urgency, an unspoken need to confront the echoes of the past. David knelt beside me, eyes gleaming with fervor, his breath quickening as he picked up a shard of pottery, its delicate design still intact after centuries. This was someone's life, he breathed, and in that moment, he was a child again, reaching for something precious, something lost. A gust of wind surged through the clearing, sending leaves scuttling in a frantic dance. I felt it, an ancient heartbeat pulsing in the air, a reminder that time is a spiral, forever looping back on itself. History isn't linear, it's a constant reminder of our humanity, of our flaws, our desires, our relentless quest for understanding. In that moment, I understood the urgency etched into David's soul, the need to breathe life into history, to resurrect the forgotten. But as the darkness thickened around us, a sense of impending doom settled in. I felt it creeping up my spine, as if the shadows themselves were warning us to turn back. "We shouldn't be here," I whispered, fear threading through my heart like a cold blade. Sarah's hand gripped mine, her touch grounding me, but I could sense her own fear, the conflict of wanting to remember, yet fearing the cost of that memory. In that twilight haze, surrounded by the ghosts of the battlefield, we faced the abyss together, each of us wrestling with our own demons. The air was electric with anticipation, a storm brewing in the distance, yet we stood at the precipice, ready to confront what lay ahead. The battlefield, with its whispered histories and buried truths, was calling us, and as the first stars began to blink into existence, I knew that our journey had just begun, a spiral of emotions entwined with the past, forever echoing forward into what would come next. The fog clung to the ancient trees like a shroud, muffling the distant cries of men caught in a fever dream of battle. I can still hear it, the clash of iron, the guttural cries puncturing the silence, reverberating through the very marrow of my bones. My heart raced like the pounding of a war drum, each thud echoing in the stillness, a prelude to chaos. I was there, rooted to the ground, surrounded by the ghosts of those who had fought and fallen in the Teutoburg Forest. I remember the moment as if it were yesterday. A chill ran down my spine as I witnessed Arminius, a warrior torn between two worlds. His eyes, fierce and wild, glinted with the weight of betrayal. The betrayal of his own people. A Roman in spirit, a German in blood, he stood on the precipice of history, grappling with the ghosts of his past and the shadows looming ahead. This was not merely a battle, it was a reckoning, a moment where myth and reality collided, and I could feel the tension between them, thick as the fog itself. "Look at the trees," Arminius whispered, his breath mingling with the mist. They remember. In that moment, the forest was alive, each gnarled root and twisted branch a witness to the bloodshed, to the stories of those who had come before. My pulse quickened as I leaned closer, captivated by the raw conflict brewing within him. He was no mere warrior, he was a symbol of resistance, yet he was also a man, flawed, confused, caught in a web of loyalty and heritage. How could he reconcile the two? The cosmos seemed to hold its breath, as if the very fabric of time was unraveling in anticipation of his choice. Then there was Varus, the Roman general, ensnared in his own labyrinth of hubris and fear. He, too, stood on the brink, clad in armor that gleamed like a beacon, his heart a fortress of pride. I could see him pacing, his mind racing faster than the arrows flying toward his men. "This is a mere skirmish," he muttered, clenching his fists. "We have Rome at our backs." But the shadows danced around him, whispering doubts that gnawed at his resolve. I could almost feel the weight of his fear pressing down like an iron chain, suffocating him under the realization that the forest was rising against him, nature itself turning into an army of vengeance. I remember the wind, how it howled through the trees, sounding like the lament of lost souls. And then, the clash. It happened in a heartbeat, an eruption of violence that shattered the eerie calm. Swords clanged, men cried out, and the air thickened with the scent of iron and sweat. Arminius, his face twisted in agony and resolve, surged forward, leading his people into a frenzy of freedom. I felt that surge deep inside me, the primal call for change, the hunger for liberty that transcended time and culture. My heart raced as I watched him fight through the chaos, each swing of his sword a desperate plea for his identity. Then, suddenly, Varus was there, a figure of authority spiraling into panic. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of realization, the terror of a man caught in a storm he could never control. "Fall back," he roared, but the forest swallowed his command, consuming it with a palpable silence that cracked with energy. The echoes of war reverberated, a cacophony that only grew louder. Each moment stretched, time itself warping under the weight of desperation and the clash of ideals. The forest became a character of its own, a silent witness to the turmoil. It loomed over the battleground, every shadow a reminder of the lives lost, the sacrifices made. I could feel the trees shuddering, mourning the fallen as if they were their own. This was not just a battle of flesh and blood, it was a clash of cultures, a testament to the struggles of identity that spoke to anyone who had ever felt out of place in their own skin. And then, just when I thought the air could not grow thicker, the wind shifted. It brought with it a whisper, a memory of laughter, of a time when Arminius had stood beside Varus, not as an enemy but as a brother. I saw flashes of their past, moments of camaraderie that danced like flickering candles in the recesses of their minds. But that was before the war, before the inevitable betrayal that now carved a rift between them so deep it could never be mended. "Do you remember?" Arminius cried out, his voice raw with emotion, cutting through the clamorous chaos like a knife. "Do you remember the nights we shared, the dreams of conquering lands together?" I felt the pain in his voice, a heart laid bare, exposed to the elements, longing for a connection that had been lost. The ghosts of their friendship haunted the battlefield, mingling with the cries of the dying. Varus' face contorted as he faced Arminius, and in that moment, I saw the man behind the armor, lost, terrified, grappling with the consequences of ambition, of dreams that had spiraled into nightmares. "You betrayed everything," he shouted, the accusation hanging in the air, heavy and charged. I stood there, frozen in time, heart racing, breath caught in the primal dread of the moment. This was no longer a historical reenactment, This was a raw, visceral dance of fate, echoing through the ages. The forest was alive, a witness to every heartbeat, every pang of regret, every flicker of hope as two souls collided in a symphony of pain and longing. And then came the silence, a deafening pause that swallowed the chaos whole, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths, the thudding hearts of men caught in the web of their choices. I could sense the weight of the past pressing down, the enormity of history, intertwining with the fear of an uncertain future. It was a moment suspended in air, pregnant with possibilities that hung just out of reach, tantalizing and terrifying all at once. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, I understood that this was only the beginning. The stories birthed from this forest would ripple through time, echoing in literature, flickering to life in film. They would spark debates, ignite passions, bury themselves deep in the psyche of humanity, a testament to the struggles of identity and loyalty, the timeless conflict that resides in every heart. I remember the buzz of anticipation that hung in the air, like the thick fog that cloaked the trees. This was a tale that would never end, forever cycling through the hearts and minds of those who dared to confront the ghosts of their histories, weaving a narrative that transcended time, raw, unfiltered, and eternally haunting. The night was thick with tension, the air crackling like the static before a storm. I stood in the shadows, heart pounding like a war drum, as I watched the flickering silhouettes of men moving through the debris-strewn streets. The city was a ghost of its former self, buildings crumbled like forgotten dreams, each unstable structure whispering secrets of pain and loss. A distant explosion shattered the silence, followed by the eerie quiet that swallowed up the cries of the wounded, the screams of the innocent. It was a world on the brink, and I was in the eye of the hurricane, caught between fear and resolve. I remember the faces, each one etched in my memory with the clarity of a nightmare. David, with his battle-worn features and eyes that had seen too much, he had a heart like a fortress, but I knew it was crumbling under the weight of his past. Then there was Lena, fierce and unyielding, a warrior spirit wrapped in a soft exterior. Her laughter had once been a balm, now silenced by the shadow of grief that clung to her like smoke. They had been my comrades, my anchors, and now we were merely three souls entwined in this chaos, each battling our own demons as the world around us fell apart. "Keep moving!" David barked, his voice cutting through the heavy air. I remember the way it cracked, the momentary falter that betrayed the strength he tried to project. He was a leader, yes, but a leader who wore his burdens like armor, each dent a reminder of another life lost. I could see him grappling with the weight of responsibility, the fear that he would fail us all. Lena pressed forward, her eyes fierce like a lioness protecting her cubs. Yet beneath that fierce exterior, I saw the flicker of doubt. "What if we're too late?" she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, heavy with unspoken terror. Time felt like quicksand, it swallowed us whole while we struggled to move, to breathe. I felt the weight of her gaze, the shared understanding that lurked between us, a bond forged in fire and tempered by loss. Each step was a battle, a reminder of what was at stake. I remember the way the ground felt beneath my boots, uneven and treacherous, like the path we were walking. The echoes of our pasts haunted us, ghosts of choices made, friendships lost, and the relentless ticking of a clock that would not stop. Every second was a reminder that we were running out of time, that every decision held the potential for salvation or doom. A distant shout drew our attention, a chilling cry that sent shivers down my spine. "Get down!" David shouted, instincts kicking in as he pulled us close to the ground. The world blurred, a cacophony of sounds merging into one, gunfire, cries of the fallen, and the steady thump of my own heart. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and bitter on my tongue, as I clutched my weapon tighter, praying it wouldn't come to that. The confrontation was imminent, a storm brewing on the horizon of our souls. I could feel the tension shifting, the air thickening with anticipation. We were on the brink, each of us bracing for the inevitable clash that would determine our fates. The shadows deepened around us, swallowing the last remnants of light as we prepared to face the unknown. I remember the moment, the fleeting glance we exchanged, a silent promise that we would fight together, come what may. It was a fragile connection, yet it held the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, a bond forged in fire and tempered by loss. In that heartbeat, I understood the depth of our struggle. It wasn't just about survival, it was about redemption. Do you believe we'll make it? Lena's voice trembled, a whisper that hung in the air like a prayer. I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a desperate plea for the impossible. I wanted to lie, to offer her comfort, but the truth was a blade that cut deeper than any enemy's weapon. I don't know, I replied, my voice almost swallowed by the darkness, but we have to try. The world exploded into chaos as we surged forward, adrenaline coursing through our veins. The clash of metal, the shouts of men lost to fury, the cries of the wounded, it was a symphony of violence, a brutal dance of survival. I felt the heat of the battle, the raw intensity washing over me like a wave, a tide pulling me into the depths of despair and purpose. David fought like a lion, his movements fierce and unyielding, but even he could not escape the shadows that lurked in the corners of his mind. I saw it in the way he faltered, a momentary hesitation that threatened to unravel him. The chaos swirled around us, each heartbeat echoing with the weight of our choices, our sacrifices, and our fears. I remember falling, the ground rushing up to meet me as darkness closed in. The world tilted, twisted, and for a moment, everything faded. But then a hand grasped mine, Lena's hand, warm and real, pulling me back from the brink. Her fierce determination breathed life back into me, igniting a flicker of hope in the abyss. Together, she breathed, a promise wrapped in defiance. And in that moment, as the cacophony raged on, I understood the lesson we were learning, that leadership in crisis wasn't just about strategy, it was about the bonds we forged in the fire, the connections that anchored us amidst the chaos threatening to pull us under. As the night wore on, I could feel the fraying edges of our resolve, the toll of each moment weighing heavily on our shoulders. But we pressed on, driven by a shared purpose and the unyielding hope that glimmered like a distant star in a darkened sky. And as we faced the storm, I realized we were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for each other, for the dreams that still flickered in the depths of our hearts. In this relentless tide of chaos and despair, we were learning, growing, remembering. Each step forward was a lesson learned, a testament to our resilience, a reminder that in the darkest of nights, it is the light we carry within that illuminates the path ahead. The confrontation was far from over, but together we were ready to face whatever came next, our spirits entwined in an unbreakable bond. A scream echoes through the trees, piercing the stillness like a shard of glass. The air is thick with the taste of damp earth and the metallic tang of fear. It's night, and the moon is a pale witness, trembling behind a veil of clouds, casting ghostly shadows that seem to writhe and twist around every gnarled branch. Somewhere deep in the Teutoburg Forest, a man stumbles, heart racing, his mind a chaotic storm of memories and grief. Marcus, a soldier turned historian, is caught between the past and the present, haunted by the ghosts of a battle fought long ago, yet still alive, still echoing in the blood of his homeland. He remembers the day he stood in this very forest, the sun drenching the landscape in gold, laughter ringing like chimes through the trees. That day feels like centuries ago, a life unrecognizable. Now, shadows wrap around him, thick and suffocating. The whispers of ancient warriors seem to rise from the very ground beneath his feet, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves. They cry out for recognition. They cry out for vengeance. Beside him, Clara stands, her eyes wide pools of uncertainty, a stark contrast against the ferocity of the night's embrace. A journalist chasing stories, chasing truth. She is fierce yet fragile, caught in the crossfire of history's relentless march. We have to keep moving, she gasps, breathless. If we don't get this story out, but what story? Marcus's heart clenches, heavy with the weight of history, the burden of what's left unspoken. This isn't just a story, Clara. It's a warning. He feels the heat of his own words, the urgency crackling between them like electricity. We are not just echoing the past. We are reliving it. Somewhere, there's another scream, this time a woman's. It tears through Marcus's chest like a knife. He thinks of his daughter, MIA, left behind, innocent. I remember when I used to tell her bedtime stories of heroes slaying beasts, of triumph and victory, he whispers, voice trembling. But those heroes, they were ghosts, weren't they? Just like us. Clara nods, the fear flickering in her eyes like a candle on the verge of extinguishing. History is a beast, Marcus. It devours. It repeats. She steals a glance into the darkness, as if expecting the shadows to leap out at her. She knows. They both know. The relevance of this forest is not merely a relic of the past, it's a mirror reflecting their own struggles, society's conflicts, the haunting presence of unresolved tensions lurking just beneath the surface. Turn back, his mind screams. The trees, ancient witnesses to the blood-soaked soil, seem to lean in, listening. Only death awaits. But the other part of him, the part that still believes in the possibility of redemption, shouts louder. No. We must face it. We need to confront the truths buried here. The forest shrinks around them, closing in like jaws. Marcus can feel the specters of Varus and Arminius, their spirits entwined in an eternal dance of betrayal and defiance, the fallen soldiers still clinging to the remnants of their glory. Time warps, and suddenly, he is no longer just a historian, he is a part of the narrative, immersed in the very fabric of this cruel legacy. I wish. Clara stops, the words choking in her throat. They both know what she wishes for: an escape, a way to rewrite history, to step away from the looming shadows. But Marcus shakes his head, his voice a low growl. Wishes don't change the past. They only prolong the agony. They press on. Each step a battle, each breath a struggle. The heartbeat of the forest pulses around them, a living entity, urging them to confront their fear. An owl hoots, a single, desperate note that sends a shiver down Marcus's spine. He feels it, the weight of unfulfilled dreams, the heartbeat of nations lost in time, the love for a daughter fighting against a world steeped in chaos. Why did we come here? Clara's voice trembles, raw with emotion, as if the very air is pushing against her. Why do we need to confront this? Because we owe it to those who fell. His voice is steady, but beneath it, a tempest brews. We owe it to every life lost, every heart broken, every soul shattered. To forget would be the cruelest betrayal. The moon finally breaks free from the clouds, illuminating the path ahead, revealing the twisted roots and crumbling stones that tell a story of their own. Marcus feels a rush of anger, a surge of purpose. Shadows dance around them, and he grips Clara's arm, his voice a fierce whisper. We are not just observers. We are part of this legacy. It's ours to carry. Out of the darkness bursts a figure, torn, ghostly, its eyes glinting like shards of glass. Marcus's heart pounds wildly, a primal drum echoing through his chest. The spectre is a soldier, a relic of a past that refuses to fade, and he feels the pulse of history thrum through his veins. They are not alone. I remember the cries of the wounded, the smell of burning flesh, the echoes of voices merge, haunting him, each syllable a reminder of the pain that permeates this forest. Clara gasps, stepping back, but he pulls her close. This is it. This is where we face it. Together. Silence falls, thick and heavy, wrapping around them like a shroud. They stand on the precipice of revelation, every heartbeat echoing the questions they dare not speak. Time blurs, and the forest bends around them, a living testament to the weight of their choices, the gravity of their fears. In this moment, they are not historian and journalist. They are something more profound, two souls wrestling with the ghosts of their past, their present, their future. They are part of a continuum, a tapestry woven from the threads of pain and resilience. The tension tightens like a noose. They can feel the pulse of history beneath their feet, the weight of every decision, every tear shed, every moment lost in the labyrinth of time. The confrontation is imminent. The air crackles with intensity, raw, unyielding, demanding to be acknowledged. And just as they are about to step into the abyss, a single thought pierces through the chaos. What if we are the ones who must change it? The question lingers, suspended in the night air, a haunting echo of possibility. The forest waits, breathless. And so do they, standing on the edge of everything. A fog wrapped around the battlefield, blurring the lines of reality as shadows flickered, ghostly remnants of valor clashing against despair. I stumbled, feet dragging through the mud, each step a testament to the weight of history pressing down on me like a leaden shroud. In that moment, surrounded by remnants of glory and grief, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and iron, I felt it, the pulse of defeat, the echo of screams long silenced. I remember the sound of swords clanging like thunder, the air crackling with tension, each clash a heartbeat in a war that had consumed us all. I was not just a soldier, I was Daniel, a man burdened with the hopes of a fractured nation, a brother to those who had fallen, a witness to the wreckage of dreams. My heart thundered in my chest, drowning out the cries of the wounded, the dying, the ones who had believed this fight would lead to freedom. But freedom had become a distant star, lost in the darkness of blood-soaked earth. "Keep fighting, Daniel," shouted my comrade, James, his voice a raw scream against the din. I turned, catching a glimpse of his face, streaked with mud and sweat, eyes wild yet determined. I always admired that about him, how he could find light even in the most suffocating darkness. But here, beneath the weight of his own fear, I saw something else, despair creeping in like a thief, ready to snatch away his resolve. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that I felt it too, the crushing inevitability of defeat, but the words died in my throat, strangled by the chaos around us. I remember the moment the tide turned, the fleeting breath of hope extinguished. A deafening roar erupted as the enemy surged forward, a wave of steel and fury crashing against our line. I could see it in their eyes, a hunger, an insatiable thirst for revenge. And in that split second, as I stood paralyzed, time itself seemed to fracture. The world around me blurred, faces merging into one mass of anguish and rage, and I thought of the lives we had left behind, families, dreams, laughter twisted into silence by the horrors of battle. "I can't do this," James cried, his voice rising above the chaos as he fell to his knees, hands surrendering to the dirt. His vulnerability pierced my heart, a reminder that we were not just fighters, we were fragile beings swept into the whirlpool of history. I wanted to scream, to shake him back to life, but I felt the cold tendrils of hopelessness grip my throat. The battlefield had turned into a graveyard of our dreams, and we were mere phantoms wandering through the ruins. As the dust settled, shadows flickered in the corners of my mind. I could see them, the faces of the fallen, etched into my memory like ghosts, whispering their stories of sacrifice and sorrow. I remembered Clara, my sister, who had given her life for the cause, her laughter silenced by the very ideals we fought for. Is this what it leads to, Clara? I wondered, my heart aching. Is this the legacy of our fight? The city rose above the battlefield, a specter of civilization standing defiantly against the chaos. Each building loomed like a sentinel, watching us, judging us. I thought of the people inside those walls, children unaware of the horrors outside, families clinging to hope while we bled for them, not knowing if they would ever understand the true price of our struggle. The clock ticked relentlessly, a metronome of despair, counting down the moments we had lost and those still slipping away. "Daniel!" James's voice broke through my reverie. I looked over to him, his face pale as moonlight, eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "We've lost. We've lost everything." The weight of his words crashed over me, a tidal wave of grief that threatened to engulf us both. I wanted to laugh, to scream, to shout that we still had each other, still had the fight left in us. But the truth lay heavy between us, unspoken yet palpable. I remember the silence that followed, a stillness so profound it felt like a funeral shroud draped over the battlefield. In that moment of quiet, amidst the chaos, I realized something essential. Defeat was not the absence of victory, it was a harsh companion, a bitter teacher. History would remember us not just for our failures but for our resilience, our unyielding spirits burned into the tapestry of time. But did that make it any easier? Did that lessen the ache in my chest, the sorrow pooling in my eyes? And then, the ghosts began to whisper louder, a cacophony of voices rising from the earth. I could hear Clara again, her laughter now a haunting melody, reminding me that we had loved and fought fiercely. In the depths of despair, they were not just memories, they were our lifelines, tethering us to the humanity we fought for. "James," I whispered, my voice trembling, "what if we are remembered not for our defeat, but for our courage to stand despite it?" The words hung in the air between us, fragile yet potent. I saw the flicker of something in his eyes, a spark of defiance ignited against the backdrop of our shared despair. But it was fleeting, like a candle fighting against the wind. The shadows pressed in, thick and suffocating, and I knew we were standing on the precipice of something vast and unknowable. The battle was lost, But the war raged on within us, a tempest of emotion and memory swirling, consuming, reminding us that defeat was not an end, but a rebirth, a transition into the unknown. I felt my heart race as the air crackled with electricity, the tension rising again, hanging in the balance, teetering on the edge of hope and hopelessness. And in that moment, amid the shadows and whispers of the past, I understood that our story did not end here. It was merely the beginning, an echo reverberating through time, beckoning us forward into the abyss of what lay ahead, where the boundary between victory and defeat blurred and the true essence of our fight lingered, waiting to be remembered.